And welcome to another segment of Sister Chat with our co-host Ontaria Wilson and hostess Shauna Williams with special guests. It's all about the dance today, y'all, with Miss Sapphire, who just wanna dance, and the queen of line dance. The only one who can do it is stilettos besides me, Miss Tracy Stiletto. So here we are. Welcome to our show. Hey, ladies.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. Hello, hello.
How we doing? How are we doing?
Wednesday, people.
Are y'all ready to adjust your crowns tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness. I just want to welcome you. I want to thank you so much because when I said, can you? And before I could say anything else, y'all all said yes. So I want to say thank you. Much love.
Thank you.
One, hugs and kisses and hugs and kisses and hugs and kisses. So today it's all about the dance. But before we get into the fact of why it's all about the dance, can we understand that we at a point right now where we're saying enough? But before we all get into it, let me formally introduce you so everyone knows who's who. This is Mrs. Sapphire, who just dropped her new album, Precious Gem. Thank you.
Hi.
So, Miss Sapphire. You know,
hello, everybody.
You, right? You know you're my everything, right? You just know you're my everything, right? You know you're my everything. You're my everything. And when you, I just gotta ask you one question before we go over to anyone else. I just need to know for my own personal knowledge. I need to know.
Okay.
So when you made the song, I Just Want to Dance. Did you have me in mind?
I knew that was coming.
I need to know. Did you have me in mind?
Of course.
You did.
Of course. Come on now. I had all my girls in mind, okay? I thought about all my girls because dancing is something that, that we should do. It's just such a sense of freedom. And I see you all the time, Shauna, outside dancing with your tree. Hey, if you listen to that song is a replica of what you do, girl. Listen, you don't need nobody else to dance with you. You in the middle of the floor, like me. And if you listen to the words in that song, I'm like, listen, I don't need anybody to dance with me. I just want to just dance, just do my thing. I don't need nobody. It's about me when I'm on the dance floor,
That's
and
why
I'm telling you, when I see you, I'm like, that right there is the definition of that song right there.
So y'all already stated it. That means I'm doing the video. Y'all already know. So all y'all want to know, y'all do the video, I'm doing it. It's me.
That's right.
It's me.
I'm telling you.
I told Kim. I said, Kim, I told Tracy. I said, Tracy, I feel like all I want to do is just go out to the park and skip and get in some leaves and just in the air and just go in between the trees and just run through the trees and just I just want to dance.
Yes.
But then,
like it. It's nothing like it.
But then after I saw that, I was like, wait a minute.
I know.
Is Mr. Neto doing it in the thing that I love to do him in?
Yeah.
This one right here, my queen, Tracy.
Oh, hi. Okay. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Of course, you know I'm going to embarrass you. You already know I'm
Oh,
going to.
please don't do that.
It's only fair that I do. I just have to. It's like only fair that I do. Like seriously, when I see her in them stilettos, I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, is she really doing this? Like this, she is actually doing this. Like she's really moving in the hills like I do. And you would step. Look at that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yes.
I was good for like 5 minutes.
Own it.
Yes, right.
She was like, you don't know what?
Yeah,
What?
right.
You don't know? You don't understand this, do you? You don't
Yes.
understand it. She just,
You need to create a dance for my song.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Absolutely.
I would be so
I'd love to.
honored.
there you go.
I'd love to.
There you
Oh
go.
my God, I would be so
Tracy,
honored.
so Tracy's going to create it, and I'm going to dance.
I want to dance.
And
Yeah.
She loves dancing too.
Kim, you're going to
You
produce
can't be
it.
Shauna, you
Yeah,
can't
Kim,
be
you're the
selfish.
producer. You're gonna be the producer.
You're gonna produce it.
Hey, listen, let's make this happen, ladies.
That's right.
It's like I told you, when we
That's
all come
right.
together and we network together, this is what happens. So
Yes.
before I go any further, I want to say hello to everybody. Hello to Zonia.
Hi.
Did I say it right? You know, I've been practicing. That's my girl. She's the one who originally gave us our original song, I Bet. In order to stand in regards to who we are. And our cousin Ted. Teddy Love, Teddy Bear is in the house. And we have Janine Wilson. Hello, everybody. Hello. And she said, hello, Setfire.
Hi. That's my mother.
Without further ado, I mean, again, thank you for coming to the show. Please feel free to ask questions. As we always say, this is not just about us, it's about everything. And by it being about everything, hello, cousin, about this being about everything, you know, we're not just making it personal. We're not saying that we're professional. We're not saying that we got it all together. But we're all here telling our story. We're all here to identify how we all come together and work together. It's going to bring us right to the topic of the discussion of the day of I'm very, very, very emotional. As you see, me and Kim came out today with our baseball hats on. We got our hood. It ain't
Y'all
just
like y'all ready for war.
it's just about Mary J. Blige today, y'all. Seriously, it's not. But it's about everything else. And the reason why the segment came so big about is about the dance was because we don't have no outlet right now. And we're all just locked up where
Yes.
normally we could have consoled each other. We could have been there for each other. We could have hugged each other. We could have supported each other, but we had to learn how to do it not being together.
Mm-hmm.
And because we are a unit of people, that's what we rely on, the touch and the feel and the association of when I know you're sitting next to me and you're holding my hand, I feel secure.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm on the phone saying I'm right here, even though you're on the phone, I feel you here, but your presence, I can't feel comfort in the presence of you. And it makes us to the relying of the point that we feel hopeless and we feel insecure. And at that point, it starts eating away at us. It starts eating away at us. It starts to kill us. So, as y'all all know from dealing on the show, when Kim go like this or like this or like this, get right.
We know.
So go ahead.
We know.
So just to tag on to what Shauna was saying, we need the whole touch, the whole interpersonal communication and being around each other. And as a people, social dance has been a part of our DNA since the beginning of time. Whenever there was war, whenever there was celebration, whenever there was something that needed to be noted or was in the moment during that time, our people danced it out. And so coming into American culture from slavery, when we didn't have the drums and the masters of the drums, we were still dancing. There was still our communication with each other.
Yes.
And so over the decades, different dances have evolved, and we're all direct products of social dancing. And our ancestors feeling as though in order to communicate, in order to release, in order to still maintain some essence of our freedom, we had to do that. So prior to us coming on, the lady saw like I was like on 100, and I'm still on 100, because for me, I'm a hip hop dancer, and I do other styles of dance, but hip hop was all about revolution. It was all about a movement and the people speaking up and going against authorities when they saw things being, our people being wronged and things of that nature. And now we're talking about line dancing. We have the queen of line dancing on our platform today. And when you see people come together, it's people from all over, and they just come together in this one space. And as soon as one song comes on, there's a flood of people that just come on, and people forget about their worries. They forget about trouble. They forget about sickness. They forget about depression. All of that stuff in that moment is wiped away. So in this season right now, I just feel like there's such a call. Maybe this is something we can even take to the streets, and I'm making that call to action, opposed to tearing stuff up, opposed to destruction.
Yes.
Let's put ourselves in an environment where we can make a stand, still with the same message, but show them that we're here. You know what I mean? And then also be there for each other. So that's what I had to say. Now I'm gonna shut up for now.
No, I love it. No.
Because you know what? And also what I want to do, and I'm going to keep stating it because I want us to understand what we need to do. I think us ladies, we're going to make a stand, and we're going to do the first call to action live. And the first call to action live that I'm requesting that we do. I don't know if anyone's seen my personal page, but my personal page has a black background with white words with a hashtag that says enough.
I like that.
Now, when I found that page, at first it didn't mean anything to me. But then after I looked at it, I was like, wow, how ironic that it's black and white.
Right.
Powerful message.
And the statement that I want to say is, we make things together.
Yes.
No matter how much apart you want to put us, no matter how much apart you think we are, we got one common thing that all runs through us. It's called blood. The one thing that brings us together harmonically is a piano with black and white keys. Some of my better friends are white, and they are not all white supremacists. They don't all believe in hate.
Mm-hmm.
But if we all just come together in agreement that all believes, hashtag enough. Hashtag enough. I want you to just make every picture you have, your screen picture, your profile picture, your cover picture, have something that says enough.
Yes.
Have that hashtag that says enough at 12 o'clock midnight, every night for 30 days. I want us to say enough.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
Just one comment.
I want the symbol to come up, and I want to just say enough. You can have whatever background you want, but I want the word to say hashtag enough. I want your profile picture, your back cover picture. I don't care what else you do. In the morning time, you can change back. And y'all may say, why midnight? Well, I'm glad you asked. God does his best work at midnight. If y'all ever notice, at nighttime, he made heat. At nighttime, the sun refused to shine. It was at midnight where he put his head down and said, all right, it's done. But then in the morning, he got up It was a new day. He rose. So whatever you decide to do it. But at midnight, every night for 30 days, I wanted to make a profile and I wanted to say enough. Now,
Yeah. And
I wanted to go viral. So if we can pass it, let's make it happen.
okay. And that's,
I want a shirt.
yeah, even that's good. All of it's good. And enough is enough.
It has to be enough. Because at this point, it's like, all right, because
It is. Let me say something.
Go ahead.
Oh, what I was going to say on your comment, enough is enough. But in the beginning, you did say, no, I want to see everybody. I want to see everybody. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you guys.
Like him.
I want to talk to you.
Like him.
So, like you said, we all have one thing in common, and that's blood running through us. Now, coming together as one, yes, we all need to come together, but I also believe as a people, we need to come together. How can we come together with everyone else when we cannot come together within our own communities? We have to, nothing, I hate to sound like a pessimist because I'm not a pessimist, but nothing is going to change unless the mindset of our people change. It just simply is not. It's not going to happen without people. Yeah. And I understand that we are, I guess some people call it brainwashed or conditioned, but you have to make a conscious decision to say, look, I want to make a change. And in order to do that, you have to change the way you think about not only us as a people, but ourselves. We degrade ourselves and we degrade each other. You know, so we can't come together with others. We can't come together even within our own ourselves. And that's what I think.
Yeah. So I think it's different degrees of that. Because you're talking about systematic oppression and prejudice.
Right.
Over years of, you're talking 400 plus years, right?
Correct.
Then on that, you're talking about an era where we had, I think, like 1900 to like 1960. That whole era where now we're starting to be quote unquote free, but there's like double consciousness of Black people and how we're loving ourselves, but we're demeaning ourselves at the same time and wanting to be like something else and not holding fast onto who we were as a people. Then kind of let's talk about, let's say 1970s, gang warfare. That was very heavy. Transcended into the 80s, the drug wars. All that stuff has been just a beat down of our society. And what I was showing earlier was that when we're seeing this uprising now in Minneapolis, that's an example of people being tired of being tired. And my hope in that is that not only do they riot and protest, but I saw young Black people coming together, banding together. And maybe, just maybe, this might be the thing to trigger a change in the consciousness. Maybe. I think some are going to get it. Of course, we're going to have other ones that are not. That's just the world we live in. So there are, I mean, and even if you can reach back in and save one, you save the generation, right? So we really have to be, I'm hopeful that this happening, that those triggers will start to happen and people will feel like we're literally killing ourselves off. And there's so many odds against us. And I think that's another, I said it was later. When you have a group of people that feel like odds are always against them. And why does it even matter if I get involved? Because I won't win. If that narrative can be changed into, okay, I see this happening. What can we do to make the difference in this? To show them that we're not going to take it anymore. To show ourselves we're not going to keep killing each other. Not just killing each other, degrading each other, fighting each other. Coming on major platforms and these reality shows like with the bullcrap. That's not who we are.
Right.
And even I mentioned earlier about the hip hop culture. One of the issues that hip hop culture and rappers had back in the early 80s was that they were trying to commercialize that narrative. And they're like, no, it's KRS-One, one of the main ones. No, this is about the people. This is about the people. And so when you remove yourselves, let's say, for example, we do have media outlets that were originally owned by the people that are no longer owned by the people, but they still say it's for the people. Now the narrative has changed over years. And I'm not going to put that network out there, but it's out there, and it's heartbreaking. So when do we stand up and say, okay, enough is enough?
Right.
And not just talk about it, and not just I love the hashtag, and I love the conversation, but hashtagging is not going to change a broken system.
Correct.
But you know what?
Correct.
It starts conversation.
And I was going to say, no, I agree with everything you said. And also, we have so many layers just piled up. As soon as you recover from one thing, something else starts. So that's like anger all over again. You know, it's like, when do we ever recover from? Look what happened. One day we had the man that was killed, right? And then the woman at the park. It's like you're upset with her, and then later on you saw that. It's like, really, you know, it's just. I don't even know where to begin and how to, you know, it's just a mess. And then you see riots out there, and then you have the cops pointing the guns at them while they're rioting. It's just, well, not rioting, when they're, you know, just marching. They're, you know, intimidating them with their guns out and stuff like that. It's just a mess. It really truly is. It really is. You know, you can't help but to have some type of anger inside of you. I mean, you want to try to think of a way to, you know, do this peacefully, but you know, it's just one thing after another happening. It's just so many layers, and hatred is just, oh my goodness.
Yes.
And you know, with all that coming up with the hatred, you know, Kim made a statement when we was talking. It leads to the fact that even the one people that we used to run to get comfort, they're at a point where they're like, what do we say and do? Because we can't keep telling the people, let's pray about it. You know, when you run to your pastor, you can't touch your pastor's hand and feel that comfort of believing what your pastor is saying, because now your pastor is virtual. And you know, and now everybody is like, I feel hopeless. You know,
and when you see those same people, pastors and other clergy of different denominations, when you see them all communicating the same sentiment as the people, they're tired. They want change. They're rallying up. So it's not just, it's like, yes, we know they're there and we can still get to them. They're men and women just like we are. And they have the same burning passion. They're angered. They're frustrated. They're touting enough is enough, hashtag. They're doing all of that. They're crying. They're laying prostrate on the floors praying for the people. They're doing all of that because most of them are empathy. You know what I'm saying? They feel the people. So that's why I was saying maybe, just maybe, this might be our reawakening. It might be that thing that takes us into a new renaissance. Because we know that every time a traumatic situation happens in the era, a renaissance happens.
That's right.
Right? And fire. Even listening to the words of your song, just thinking about the people want that. And I think there was a line in there where you were talking about we've been in the house, or we've been, I forget the actual line, but it was talking about we've been cooped up.
She tuning in.
Yes, I'm just saying, like, we've been cooped up and we're singing it. And this is what we need. That's Renaissance. So we're looking like Langston Hughes and all those people, our ancestors that were for the people and performed art and wrote art for the people. That's what that was. Right. So it's a lot more that new dances happening, new line dancing, new songs, new poetry, new movies, this. Like, that's a part of the change.
So let me tell you.
Yeah.
So this is what I feel. They messed up when they locked us up. So this is why I said that. Because creation came. He was like, you know what? I can't see you. But I know somebody who can. People started praying ways that they never knew they knew how to tap into. They were sending Jesus into the room and saying, you know what? I can't come in this room, but I know you can. And we was praying to God, walk through the walls and go touch my person, touch my friend and heal my friend. We started on platforms like this and said, come on, y'all, let's talk. Let's have
Right.
a I can't see you. I can't feel you. But as long as I can see you, I see you okay. And you can be here. So I can feel you right now, even though you're in the Poconos. And are you in Delaware or are you in Philly, Kim?
Right now, I'm in Philly.
And then Sapphire, can I tell your location?
Philadelphia.
And we're in Philly. So Philly and PA, we're locking it in. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones doing it. And then not only are creations being done, songs are being made, dances are being made. And we're like, you know what? We may be locked up, but we're not going to be locked down. And we're starting to say something. And not only are we starting to say we're not locked down, we're now quiet. And now we're starting to think. And we're like, wait a minute.
Paying attention.
If I do this and if I do that, maybe this will happen. Families are being mended. Groups are being created. Now calls of action is saying, all right, guess what? This is what we're going to do. We're not going to talk about it no more. Because see, the one thing you can't do, and I'm going to give you 2 examples. You don't back no cat up into no corner. They have the best fight when they scared. And we are paranoid right now. So we're ready to fight. You done pissed us off because now we're scared. We don't know what to do. So now we're going to fight for our lives.
Yeah.
We're going to fight for our
lives,
but we're going to fight for our community. Because at this point, we're like saying enough is enough. With that being said, we really need you right now, Sapphire. We need you more than ever right now.
I'm here.
I'm going to need you to sing. Because we say enough.
Yes.
It's time for you to sing, baby. You got to sing. So if you're ready, this is the hashtag. Hashtag enough.
I see it.
Hashtag enough. We've had it. It's enough. I'm done.
You ready?
We're done. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Miss Sapphire.
Hello, how you doing? I hope you're doing fine, girl. Let's go out and have a groovy time. You see, I've been cooped up in the house and I'm ready to shine now. I'm gonna put my fancies on and skip the town. Let's have some fun all night long, child. I'm gonna party hard until my body shuts way down. I'm really feeling the atmosphere and the ambiance. I slowly walked in the middle of the floor and started to dance. Ooh, to the left and to the right, I'm feeling no so nice. I twist and then I turn. This tense feeling not so weird. I just wanna have some fun all night long. Ooh, dancing, just dancing, yeah. This place is really popping and I'm feeling good. Moving my body in slow-mo like I know I should. The DJ's playing all my songs, my songs. I'm gonna shake my thing all night long. You couldn't tell me nothing. I was in my own world. I was moving and grooving to the music. My body swirled. I know how to have some fun. Even if I'm the only one. 'Cause I just wanna have some fun all night long. Ooh, dancing. Just dancing. La-di-da-day. Shaking my body. Party hardy. Sipping my Bacardi. Ooh wee, I'm so loving me. This night was so meant to be. Dance, 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 dance. I just wanna dance, I just wanna dance, I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance, I just wanna dance, I just wanna dance. The DJ's playing all my songs. I'm gonna shake my thing all night long. You couldn't tell me nothing. I was in my own world. I was moving and grooving to the music. My body swelled. Yeah, I know how to have some fun. Yeah, even if I'm the only one. Oh wait, I'm so loving me. This night was so meant to be. I just wanna dance, I just wanna dance, I just wanna dance. I just wanna dance, I just wanna dance, I just wanna dance.
Woo! My goodness. Yes.
Billie Holiday feel.
I don't know about
Maybe
y'all.
That felt
You
so
wanna
good.
dance now? Y'all ready to dance now? I just needed that. I truly did.
Billie Holiday.
I just want to dance. 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 Woo!
Yes. Dance, Shauna, dance.
What you say?
Shona is so funny.
Say?
Oh,
So let me just say, okay, all right.
I feel like doing this when she said dance. Dance.
So Sapphire, what you don't know about me, right?
okay,
I'm a dancer.
I know that.
I'm a director and a producer and a playwright. So I felt I was seeing stuff. And I was seeing Tracy, and I was seeing you and Shauna and things happening.
Oh,
Yeah.
you need to make it happen. You need to make it happen, girl.
Yes.
Well, let's talk later, okay?
Listen,
Yes.
you realize we are connected, right? You realize all four of us are connected
Correct.
for a reason. Okay, that's all I have to say. Enough said.
Yes.
Let me tell you, it is
Right.
such a blessing that I met Shauna. You just don't even know. It was just it's amazing how God works. I'm so serious.
Yes.
It's amazing. Well,
Yes.
first of all, you realize I know you, right?
Who? Me?
You.
Me?
Yes. Yes. You know my husband, drummer Mookie, the drummer. Yes, this is me. Yes. Yes.
Oh, she got to go.
Y'all already know. Don't even try it. Y'all already know. If y'all didn't pop your bottles before you drink that, y'all already know.
I wasn't listening. No, I was looking. I'm like, she looked at people and say, "Oh, I know she looked familiar." Like, no, I'm looking. And then when I saw your mom come up and her last name was Wilson, I'm like, okay, is she family? I'm like, it's something. That's crazy.
Listen, it was
wow.
it's meant. So listen.
Wow.
I saw you on the show, and I'm like, she looks so familiar. But then Frank sat next to you, and I'm like, oh, Frank, oh my God! So I took my phone over to my husband. I'm like, Mo, look, this is Frank, and because I was over there, you was having a discussion, girl, and I was into it. I was like, yeah, oh yeah, and I was into it. And my husband was looking like, what is she oh yeah about? And I kindly took the phone over to him. He was like, oh my goodness. So, you know, we're connected, girl.
Oh my God.
Wow. That's amazing.
Now, what's even more amazing is how we all met. So I met Sapphire at the Crab Tavern for karaoke night.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She was karaoke and
don't say karaoke, they will get you.
I'm sorry. Open mic.
Open mic.
Okay.
It was Wednesday night, open mic at the Crab Tavern with Pam Riley and band.
Yeah, right.
Is
the Grand Slam Jam Band.
There you go. So it's Wednesday night at the Crab Tavern in Upper Darby. So she was there and she had been doing a couple of singles and things. I'm okay. And then one night, the band had played something and I jumped out on the dance floor. You know me, I had to. And we did a quick bop and then we jumped off the floor real quick because my legs give out everything else. And you know, with the medicine at night, anything happens with me. So then I was talking about we had a peace rally come up. Yeah. And I mentioned about the peace rally. And then one night me, Pam and Sapphire, we got together and we was harmonizing. And she looked over at me and she said, "You sing?" I said, "Shh." Nobody put and she was like, "Wait a minute." And I was singing my soprano note. Yes, y'all, I was doing my soprano note. And I forget we was doing I forget what song we was harmonizing on, but anyway.
Right.
She's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you sing." Oh, we was singing. My son just said we were singing higher. We was the guy.
He's right. Yeah.
The guy. Oh, I see him. He was impacted by it. So he he was there. So anyway, the guy was singing it, and me and Pam and Sapphire was the background girls, and we was all singing higher, and then we harmonized. And we was like, she turned around, she said, "You sang?" And then I'm like, "Yeah, but because after Dan always wants me to get up on the doggone microphone, I told him, as long as I don't see you and you don't see me, I mean, you can see me, but as long as I don't see you, I'll sing. I sure will."
Yeah. But you know your gifts make room for you, and when you allow yourself to make your gifts make room for you, something.
But wait,
you know she know that.
But that's the bad part because I'm a choir director. So by me being a choir director, I should know better because we directed 2,000 voices for the affair. It was a 2,000 voice. We took it to North New Jersey. Sapphire came with me. We bought 6 buses from Philly. And we made it happen. We sang to the glory of God, and we did it with a multi-talent. And it wasn't just us; it was everyone. We were all come together, all different creeds, religions, association, nationality, color, and we all came together with one sole purpose, and that was peace. Mm-hmm. And it was 2,000 voices. Actually, it was more than 2,000 voices because the choir.
It was 1 million people.
but the stadium held more than that. And we took over the whole half side of the stadium. I mean, the soprano section was like on point. We had 4-part harmony. We had 5-part harmony.
We did.
We had the sopranos and the tenors and the baritones. The baritones was up in the house. I was like, yeah! And the baritones was some women. I'm like, but I mean, being a choir director, you would think I would sing all the time, but I don't. I rather use people's voices as my instrument, and I play the people, and I make them sing. Shut up, son. Shut up, son. Yes, I pull the mommy card and I tell my son, you're going to sing. Everybody else can tell me no, but you can't. You get your butt.
And you know what? You see that serious face that she had before we started? That's the face she had when she directed too. She'd be like,
oh, like real.
That's when I got to see her other side. I was like, okay.
Don't tell.
All these gifts in this little box right here.
Shauna has like 4 sides to her. She got her dance side, she got a serious side, she got her director side, and her mommy side. And her sisterhood side.
Why you flipping my card like that?
All right, I'm sorry.
I keep telling y'all, stop surprising me like that. Y'all know I was emotional.
You got your tissue.
And talking about
your tissue.
Talking about emotional. Sharon said hello. I don't know if she's still on here, but hey, Sharon.
She was on here earlier. She said, "Hey, ladies."
So I'm going to make y'all really emotional now. Y'all ready?
What?
Y'all about to get really emotional now.
Oh gosh.
Since y'all want to come at me,
Oh.
I'm a big dog. Yeah, you need tissues. So you all know that Saturday we had Akil Jackson come on the show. Akil Jackson is from the location of where he's at the location of where Ahmaud
Aubrey.
Ahmaud, right. He knew him personally. So when he heard what happened, he too, like everyone else, became,
bitter.
I wouldn't say he didn't become bitter, but his voice spoke and his pen wrote. And when he wrote it, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna play it again. Let me the show. I'm gonna bring the show up. Y'all work with me a little bit because I have to get it set up. So while I'm getting it set up,
can I run and get something to drink?
You sure can. Go ahead. Help this out. We quarantine.
I know I want to show, and I'm like, is this appropriate for me to ask if I can run and get something to drink?
Girl, you want to get something?
They ready.
I got cookies and drinks.
Oh,
We're in our living rooms. We're at home.
Yeah.
Exactly. What I say? Bring your bottles. Didn't I tell y'all? I said bring your bottles.
You did.
Always
say, but
no.
I'm sorry. It's always one in the crowd. You know, it's always that one that mess up.
I'm sorry.
I'm that one that always mess up.
So no, you can.
I'll be right there.
Okay. So Trace, while she's doing, I'm bringing you to the screen, honey.
Me?
Tell us about Miss Stilettos. And
I want to see you. Let me see Kim. Let me at least see Kim.
We're gonna let you see us, but go ahead, tell us about.
I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you people.
I need the people to see you. Just
not to myself. Look, this way I'm talking to myself.
No, I need the people to see you a little bit more closer. I just want to focus in just a little bit more.
Tracy, if she did it to me, she gonna do it to you.
I just
okay, yeah.
I tried to get out of it too.
I want you to be just a little more closer. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, as you guys know, I'm Tracy Stiletto Smith. I actually like to refer to myself as a line dance coach, not a line dance instructor. So that's how I refer to myself, as a global line dance coach. I started, not I, we, my husband and I are in business together. We have managed to turn my love for dance and passion for dance into a business, which has been a blessing to be able to combine the two. I am a woman, I am a wife, I am a mother, I'm a sister, I'm an aunt, I am a businesswoman. So I wear a lot of different hats. And Stilettos Entertainment Group Television is the name of our business, and it is an entertainment company. So there's a variety of things that we do. We don't just line dance, we acknowledge and honor a variety of styles of dance and also just talent in general. It could be a comedian, just a variety of entertainment. Stilettos. How did I get my name Stilettos? Well,
yeah. How that happened?
Yeah, where's Kim? I want to see Kim too. Let me see you all. Okay.
Here I am. Bring us back, Shauna. Bring us back.
Yes, please. When I started line dancing, I started in New Jersey, and I started with a group called Step for Step, Line Dancers of New Jersey. And when I started in stilettos. So I think the first day I danced, I actually had on 6-inch stilettos. And I quickly became known as the dancer in stilettos. So my instructor at that time, she actually gave me my name. So I give her credit for that. She gave me my name because to her, it just fit. I, quite frankly, cannot dance in flat shoes. It's just awkward for me. It's uncomfortable for me. I don't move as well. And people always ask me about that, but I've been walking in stilettos since I was probably 15 years old. So for me, the stilettos are like sneakers to me. Wow. They feel good and I can move and dance a particular way in them. When I'm flat foot, I can't get my swirl on the same as with stilettos. And not to mention just I like the way they look.
I like they make your legs look really nice too. Do you have a high arch? Yeah. Do you have a high arch?
Yes. I'm glad you asked that because I do. I have a natural arch and it is very high.
Yeah.
So sometimes, believe it or not, it's uncomfortable. If I do wear flats for any period of time, it actually hurts. It's the opposite. Right. So my arch is quite high, and I wear, in general, when I dance, though, it's 5 inches would be my limit, but I can dance in 6 inches. But I generally, the clip you showed, those are 5-inch stiletto booties, and they're very comfortable. I dance in those shoes all the time. Very comfortable.
Shauna.
Wait.
You know what? People don't get it. People don't understand.
They don't.
I can't wear sneakers. I wear them, but they hurt. And I trip and fall the move.
Yeah.
With my sneakers in my
Exactly. Yes, Kim's ready.
Yeah, before I finish, I'm gonna let Kim. Go ahead, Kim.
So in my former life, stilettos, I was going 4, 5, 6. But something happened in my journey where I would have to start taking ibuprofen prior to putting on a stiletto or any type of high heel shoe. So I know that I'm going out to dance, I'm gonna look like real cute and get that swirl from that heel.
Right.
Yeah. I'm like,
right. Get it? Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. And it's so sexy.
I love it. Yeah, and you're right. And see, there you go. You already have it in your head.
You know what? But for me, mine is now medically necessary because due to my surgery and the way it just the damage that it did, it affected my sciatic nerve. So by my sciatic nerve, by wearing flat, it also flared up my nerve where I have toes, which was excellent for me because I already walked high. Because, like you said, the high arch. So for me, I believe that the Lord said, you know what? She gonna die. She can't wear her heels, and I need her to live a little bit longer. So I'm going to stitch this into her profile that medically she's going to have this attached. So the condition that she's going to have is going to have to demand her to wear. And then
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's how,
if
and
I
that,
don't wear a high heel, whether I'm walking, whether I'm going to the supermarket, whatever I'm doing, you know what? To be honest with you, it was even before that because my son Jared, the one who's always on my hip, my roller, you know that one. He also used to walk on his toes, so that made him extremely fast.
Oh,
Wow.
So by that making him extremely fast and giggling and running fast in church with no shoes on, me in church with my 5 and 4 inch heels, I had to already learn how to run in them. So,
right.
get him. Get your son.
yeah, so I was already prepared, and then we went to the Catholic, and we weren't wearing the book fillers. We had our black and whites were heels by the time we got there. So
Right.
I've always had to wear heels.
Absolutely.
The way I was born, my condition, my feet were high. So
Right. It's what it is. And you relate to it, Shauna. You relate to it. You understand it because you live it. And like you said, Kim, the stilettos, you do what you have to do when you get ready to go out dancing and you want to look or feel a particular way. Because when you wear stilettos, in my opinion, you also walk differently. You walk differently, you move differently, you cross your legs differently. It's just, to me, it's all of that. But
and
what's
it's
funny
the
is,
posture.
what's that? Posture, absolutely.
Yes.
But you work. The thing about stilettos and dancing in stilettos, for those who can, you also work more muscles. It's a greater workout. So if you can dance in them, of course, by all means do so. But you work your stabilizer muscles more when you wear stilettos because you have to. You have to. So, but that's the one thing. And then also, as you guys know, I was a flight attendant. I retired as a flight attendant from United. And it's funny, when we came in, they told us we couldn't wear anything higher than 3 inches.
Oh.
And for me, I'm like, okay, like 3 inches, that's not a hill. So my preference, being that it was, a requirement of the job in terms of our appearance, I'd rather either wear stiletto or wear flat. But I can't wear a 2-inch or 3-inch heel. It just doesn't vibe right with me. So, of course, stilettos in flight had my 5-inch pumps and nobody bothered me. I wore my 5-inch pumps anyway. They were pumps and I wore them and they looked really nice. And I got nothing.
Because I remember to fly all over the place, right? Being on tour and stuff. And I see the stewardess walking through, and I may have been on your flight. And I was like,
yes, ma'am. I know.
You probably
Yeah.
So while we talk about that, we get ready to adjust our hats here. Can everybody say adjust your crown?
adjust the crown.
This is what we do. This is what we do. We adjust our crown and we're going to get ready because I know that we're going to understand how good it is to look burgundy, but not only to look in burgundy, but how it's going to look when we do our thing at the same time too. You know what I'm saying? So we about to cook this up.
Oh Lord.
Oh yeah.
It's so good. Okay. Soul Sisters.
That is too sexy. I love it.
That's the Soul Sisters. Soul Sisters in California.
Wow, wow. That's Miss Meadows doing her thing, y'all.
Yeah, it's hey,
love
look,
it.
I love like Kim. Oh wait, time out. Kim, you want to say something?
Yes, I want to do a dance with you. And I want to wear those shoes, and I want that jacket, and I'm going to do my hair like that, and I want to do a dance with you.
We're gonna do that. We're
Yes.
gonna do that.
Look,
We said we were coming together, and we're going to do that.
Mhm.
I'm ready. I always look. I stay ready. I say if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. I'm
Listen,
ready.
we got those Fantasia legs.
Yes, we
Girl,
do.
Oh, man.
Gotta do it.
girl, I got my mama's legs. People always ask about my legs, but you know, I used to run track.
Me
So
too.
I think you too? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I run. I do run.
See that?
Yes, girl. Yes.
I want to
It-
make a
yes.
note of something. I have to make a note of something. So there's this song, and you know, I have to laugh about it only because when I initially heard this song and this line dance, I just love the line dance because the song is like forever. And it's like the minute you hear the song, you get excited.
Mhm.
And everybody who's a line dancer knows it's time to go to work when we hear this song.
Mhm.
Right?
And it's called the Sakin.
Oh, yeah.
When we hear the song, we all get in the line and be like, oh, we ready to do this thing. The song is about 10 minutes long.
Yes.
The line dance is you got to go as long as the line dance. Now everybody can't do this dance for the duration. But I did this song and
That's a workout.
I used to do this song 3 times a day.
Mm-hmm.
For 1 month. And I lost 57 pounds.
Yep. And I believe her. I believe her. You guys
And what I wanted to
believe
make
her.
say about that is people think that line dancing is just about dancing. For some people, it becomes a medical situation. And it helps you with cardio, it helps you breathe, it helps you tone, and especially if you're in styles like weeping, it tones our legs. We start working muscles that we don't normally use. And then while
Exactly.
we doing it and we moving our stomach, we're also working that stomach area
Thank you.
as well.
Yes.
So everything is in line, your stomach, your fat. This is how I got my ankle back together after I broke it in 3 places. This song right here called Plastic Dream. And when you move into this song right here, and you do this line dance right here, oh my Lord. And then you start freestyling when you start stepping and you start moving your hips, you start perking your tummy. You don't realize you are actually working out. So if you're
Yeah.
You burning calories.
instructor,
Yes.
I tell every Zumba instructor, you need to learn. You need to learn the line dance. It's called Sakin. And you need to learn it, and you need to do it to this song. And I guarantee you, 10 minutes into your class, you might say class over.
But you know
Yeah,
what?
it's a good one.
I'm a Zumba instructor, right? And a part of what we do is getting choreo from the company, but also creating your own. There's certain things that are supposed to be there in order for you to have the right type of Zumba class, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that would be great. I want to learn it because y'all talking about it.
I'm saying I'm now on set.
I know, look at me, I'm like,
Step and kick, cross and kick, turn,
Yeah.
cross,
It's a good one.
kick, cross, turn, kick,
That's, you know what?
and break. And
Yeah. It's a good one. I think it's longer than 10 minutes.
cross, turn, kick, cross,
Cross, kick, and cross. Yeah.
cross, spin it.
No, I don't know it.
But you know what? You know what Shauna's saying? It's so line dancing or just dancing.
Yeah.
Dancing in general, which is an art. It has so many benefits. One of the things that I did before I became an instructor was do some research on dance, period, and the benefits of dance. I didn't just want to instruct my students. I wanted to be able to give them knowledge in addition to just dancing, because there are still some people who look at it as just purely recreational. And there's a dynamic, it's a lot of benefits, including not just what Shauna's talking about, losing weight, but health benefits. Health benefits. So when I did my research, I was able to provide my students with literature. I printed out copies. I gave them a folder with information in it, the benefits of dance. I also gave them a list of the dances I was going to teach them. I also gave them the duration of the dance we were going to learn. We mapped out the steps so we know how many step counts we were doing per dance. So at the end of an hour and a half class, we averaged about 7,000 to 8,000 steps just in a class for an hour and a half. So then my students started to see like, whoa, because you don't think about those things. You just dance. You're not thinking about you're darn near to your 10,000 steps just in an hour and a half. So those things my students appreciated. I just know that when I instructed, I wanted to be, that's why I call myself more a coach. I wanted to do more than just, okay, we're going to learn this, we're going to learn that. No, I want you to know what we're doing. I want you to know what it's doing while we're doing it. I want you to know the terminology of the steps. So I printed all that out. I printed line dance step terms. They have a folder they bring every week when we have class. I highlight the steps that we learn in whatever dance I'm teaching so that they can actually physically see it written out along with me. Excuse me, my dog. Oh my God. Nadia, no, that's my dog. So that they could physically read the steps and put it together with what I told them and what I showed them. So before I instructed, I did what my husband and I call a SWOT, a business SWOT, on the most effective way to teach. We want to keep it fun. And trust me, in my class, when you guys come and dance with me, I'm not even going to tell you. I'm just going to let you guys come and feel the energy. The energy is the truth. I believe in good energy in general. Shauna, you know that. I'm about good energy. I'm not about anything negative. Stay away. Mm-hmm. Negative energy is not invited to my party. Okay. So with that being said, I give because I believe what I give to my students, they give back. So if I'm dull and I'm boring and I'm half stepping, then they're kind of probably going to mimic me. So I really try to give in an hour and a half. I teach in my stiletto for a whole hour and a half with full energy. So my class, even though it's a class, is like a party. And what is my saying is let's work. So throughout the whole dance, I'm constantly saying let's work, and it pumps them up. And we all know the more energy you put into it, the more calories you burn. So we can do the same step, and I can burn more calories than you based on the energy that I'm giving it.
Yeah, I've always believed in having fun whenever you're doing anything, because if it's not fun, then what's the whole purpose? What's the purpose? If but you just, when it's fun, it's just that, like we said, it brings that positive energy in, and also it allows you to be comfortable. Yes. It allows you to just like do you and just own whatever you're doing. That is so
absolutely
important.
And I have to say something. I'm sorry, Shauna. You just brought up something for me when you said it has fun. If we're not having fun, what's the point? I absolutely believe in it because I have fun when I dance. Looking at Kim earlier, I like that kind of stuff. I don't care whether a person knows how to dance or not. If I see you're having fun, I love that. But that brings up a point in terms of line dancing and the line dance community. It should be fun. It should be fun. Anything less than it being fun does not need to be there. It's that simple. We're not, I don't want to get too far deep into it, but Shauna, you and I have talked, and there's some elements within that kind of take away the fun part. So if I vent to my sister about something that's going on, somebody that's either coming for me or has a problem with the way I move, which I get that a lot. My sister is not a line dancer, and she gets confused because she's saying, aren't you guys supposed to be having fun? She's like, I don't understand. What's all this other stuff? And I say, I don't understand. It's freedom. Dance is an art. And it is an expression that is independent to the person doing the movement. Is that simple?
Right.
So can I say something?
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
All back on. I need to see faces.
Yes.
When I'm
Yes.
hearing, and it's like mind blowing that I'm hearing this. But going back to hip hop culture, back in the day, we had our groups, our dance groups, our break dance groups, our street dance groups. Even today, the young people have their teams and all that stuff. And dance has always been highly competitive.
Right.
And then when you have this group of people over here, they're learning something. This group of people over here is learning something. If somebody does something similar to that one, then you stole my moves or you stole my people. That right there for me as a dance educator for over 25 years, I will honestly tell you that it irks my spirit. Because what happens, it's a spirit of competition. And that cannot stand in any place because dance is about freedom. Dance is about love. Dance is about community. So I don't know. I know people, like I'm meeting you guys, right? So I know people who enjoy line dancing, but I'm going to speak to the line dance community from a person who is a professional dancer and has been dancing for a very long time. That spirit of competition has no place in what you do.
Kim, say that again.
The spirit of
say that again.
The spirit of competition has no place in the dance community, period. Dance is about freedom, dance is about love, and dance is about community. So I love everybody. When I go to different parties and I see people line dancing, I try to jump in and learn it. But to be brutally honest, most times I'm like, oh, it's a line dance party. I don't know that stuff, so I'm not going to go.
That's me.
Right.
That's me.
Right.
That's me.
But the thing with that is because I'm a choreographer and I'm a free spirit, unless I have to learn the choreography, I'm not going to spend the time trying to learn what you're trying to do. But like you said, Tracy, if you make it fun for me, and like I said, I'm going to put on my shorts and my heels, and I'm going to come. I'm going to have fun because it's about fun. It's about camaraderie. And what you don't know is also when people come together, they're coming together to let go of stuff. So if you're coming with stuff, you don't need to be there. You're going to break the spirit and you're going to break the, you're going to be yoked up, meaning tied up mentally, you can't really be where you need to be. Physically, putting strain on your body because when you're stressed, anger, all of that stuff, and bitter, you're bringing that stuff with you, and that's not healthy. Correct. So, if there's anybody out there, and most people don't even realize that that's who they are.
Yes. Oh, right? Lord.
But you walk into a place, and there are other people. Check yourself at the door. Check your spirit. Make sure you're going in with the right intention.
Look at Shauna. Shauna wanted to say something so bad. Look at Shauna.
I'm just saying. No, because I'm speaking from somebody who's not in that
correct.
Right.
I'm in the dance community, so I can speak on it.
Yes.
Like I said, I've been in the dance community since 1991.
Yes.
I've seen it with our young people. I still see it today. And every time I get the opportunity to speak on it, I will. I work with young people. Right. And my biggest thing is I love the competitions where people wear their costumes and they go and they perform to their highest level. I love it. I live for it. It's exuberating. I love it. But what I always tell my kids, show and dance and love.
Yes.
Dance is a love language.
Yes.
And the moment you put negativity into a love situation, you've already distorted the purpose of what it's supposed to be.
Kim,
but that's with anything.
Right, but I'm speaking from because I'm a dancer.
Yes.
Like I said earlier on, I was saying, I can hear the wind shifting and the trees blowing and hear a truck going by and hear a doom doom. I hear and I want to dance. For me, dance is freedom. Dance is love. So anybody that's coming in and you're not loving on your brother and your sister, you have already aborted the purpose of why you were going there. and the purpose for that community. So stop it.
Ooh,
And
I could not say that. But I'm not.
Hold on. And most now, oh my God, I'm heated.
Woo.
Most of these people that are in the line dance community
Yes.
are people who are 40 years and older. So if you are my elder, you are people that I look up to. So if you're walking into that situation and you're bringing that contrite spirit, you have no place there. Check your spirit, because the young people are using you as their example.
Exact, Kim. I could not have said it better myself. That means all of that needs to be
That
repeated.
burns me up. Like I can't.
No, you just look, Shauna. You just nailed it. You just nailed it. Everything in a nutshell. What you just said. What you just said. It has no place there, and that's why. Yeah, you got your drinks. I advocate. Yes, yes, Queen.
I was gonna say I want to hear what Shauna has to say in reference to what I feel where you're coming from, because I dance. I'm not a dancer. I'm that woman that will be at an event or whatever. I love dancing. I don't do the dance group. It's not that I don't want to. It's just I get a little intimidated because I don't know the dances, and I don't want to be the one that's all messing up, messing everybody up. They're like, well, she get off the dance floor. I just kind of sit to the side. That's me. I'm being honest. However, it's not like I'm not interested in the dances. I want to do the dances, but if I'm invited to an event and everybody get up and they're doing these like new dances to the new songs, I just sit on down and just, because I just feel a little intimidated. I put it to you like that.
And see, that's the thing. It's supposed to be all inclusive. That's why that bothers me. It's not exclusive, it's inclusive. So no one should feel uncomfortable or intimidated. And that's also one of the first things I talk to my students about is this is a judgment-free zone. I don't care if you have 7 left feet. I don't care. Just have fun doing what you're doing. We're not going to judge, and no one should feel uncomfortable. Everybody should feel like family. It's a community. It's a community. So Kim, on the heels of Kim, I really have nothing left to say because she said it all. And I'm glad she said it, not being in the line dance community. She's a dancer, but she's not in the line dance community. And that was what she said was so important and so on point that I can't even really echo behind her, because everything she said is how I feel. And that's why I advocate. People don't like the fact that I use the word advocate. Now, if you look up the word advocate, which I did, when you look at the word advocate, it's just a person who publicly supports or recommends a particular cause or policy. If you look up activist, it's a person who campaigns to bring about political or social change. So my thing is, what is the change I'm trying to make or bring about within my means? That is, I advocate for love and positive energy.
Yeah.
Now, if you're hating on that, then you need to keep hating, because that's what I advocate for: love and positive energy. All the other high school type of stuff and behavior, like Kim said, check it at the door or stay in your zone, but don't bring it in an environment where we should feel free to be who we are and free to express ourselves the way we express ourselves. I briefly mentioned to you guys, I get a lot of comments on the way I move. There are a lot of people, not a lot, but there's some people that don't like the way I move. That's my expression. I'm not going to move like a robot because it's not me. And if being who I am makes you uncomfortable, then guess what? You're going to have to be comfortable.
So wait,
I am who I am.
Wait, we do that.
Shauna, go.
Okay, no. Let Shauna say something. Shauna has said anything in about 3 hours.
Please, adjust our grounds. Hold on, we need to adjust our grounds, please. Because listen, you don't understand. And right now, it's about the dance, but it's about life. Let me tell you why it's about life. Because it's also brought into the dance. Now, I didn't mean, look, I'm not busting loose because I got something to say, because y'all nailing everything I got to say. So I'm basically just saying, cheers. Is we are so caught up on judging We are so caught up on watching and analyzing till we defeat the whole purpose of everything. They can't stand the way I walk. So when I learned that, when I heard some people don't like the way, it just so happens.
You know what? I'm gonna get you.
It just so happened that my name starts with an S, but my name is not Sally. My name is Shauna. But it's not about how Shauna walks. My thing is, you don't know why Shauna walks the way she walks. It's not because I'm trying to look. It's not because I'm trying to get anybody's attention. It just so happens to be that's the way I'm built. That I walk the way I walk. It's not intentional. But because some people do some things that are intentional, they believe that somebody else is doing the same thing. So because I put my clothes on and went like this, intentionally, when I did it because I needed to, you felt as though I was doing what you were doing.
That's my next song on my next album.
When I went and did, thank you very much, I'm gonna do that video too. When I go and make that turn and freeze, it's not because I'm always in voguing. It's not even always because I need to Shantae or whatever shit. It's not because I mean, it's just the way I am, period. And it's, if you believe me, if you don't believe me, you should watch the way I skate, because I skate the same way. And when I stop and freeze, I do it the same way.
Please let me say something, and then I'm gonna go because Kim's ready. Just real quick. Shauna, like you said, no, Kim's ready, and I'm gonna give it to her. But just like you said, when you walk that way, it's not necessarily that you're walking that way to get attention or intentionally. I'm going to play the devil's advocate. What if you are? So what? So what? So what? What if so what?
Fix the crown.
So what? That's you. How you are, who you are, should have no bearing on someone else's life.
Let me tell all y'all something. Let me tell all y'all something, okay? Hashtag enough. So what?
Look,
wait a minute.
It's getting hot up in this. It's getting hot up in here.
Even if I did decide that I wanted to do that, you're right. So what?
So what?
Your crown and know your worth. It's not about you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It's not about you. It's not about you. So what? I did so bad dance to everybody. It's not about you. Maybe they maybe they're watching me because they couldn't watch you and felt as though it was easier for them to follow me than it was to follow you. But at the end of the night, I want to know: did you get out what you came in to get out?
Did you, baby?
I want to know. It doesn't matter who's now. I'll give respect to all instructors because me and Tracy, we are alike. I do private instructing. I do whatever dance you want me to do. I come and I do it for you. It's not about money.
Do you know how to bop? You know how to bop?
Am I a bop? I'm a bop queen. Don't you see me with my tree?
I know.
Have you seen me with my car door? People wanted to. I had a discussion last night. Somebody said, "How are we going to dance?" I said, "If you don't know how to line dance, everybody going to line dance now because when everybody go back out, that's how you only going to be able to do a social distance dance because we all going to be dancing and we all going to be in a line. That's how we going to social dance. That's how we're going back out.
Wait, Kim. Wait, shout out Kim.
But wait, it not only gets better than that. My thing is
Kim's busting at the thing.
My thing, I can bop with a partner, I can bop without a partner. It's my thing. I just dance. But again, you don't need to know why I dance. That is not about you.
Correct.
And we need to stop thinking about it. Stop making it little me and big you. I'm not out there trying to be somebody. I ain't out here trying to be no.
Speak. Exactly.
No,
I'm being bad.
Wait, Kim is busting at the seam.
Kim, you being bad.
I was busting at the seam too. So look, look, because this is my thing. We're all right. The thing about it is we are all doing it. It doesn't matter who's doing it. What it happens to matter is everybody getting the help that they need to do it.
Yes.
See, Adrian wants to come out and she wants to do it. But because we're so busy bickering, she don't want no part of it.
Exactly.
You're doing what you're doing to push people away. And we need to stop fighting and pushing.
Yes.
And I, like Kim, I'm the same way. I'm a Gregory Hines baby. I'm a Gregory Hines baby. I'm the B-Dot, the B-Dot. That's me. Every beat I have, every song I hear, if I hear a song, I already got a beat. If I hear a song, I already got to dance. I'm ready.
But you know what? Yes, Shauna. Yes, Shauna. But you know what? I don't even hear music. I feel music.
Really?
I feel music.
Really?
I do not hear it. It's a feeling. But Kim,
Yeah.
Don't let me close my eyes. Don't let me
Girl,
close my eyes. Boy,
Yeah.
it's almost like an orgasm. I be like,
I tried.
and don't let them hit that note.
You.
I be like, woo!
I tried so hard. Okay.
Wait a minute. Wait. Did y'all see?
Okay,
did y'all
again.
see- Wait. Did y'all see my live last night? Did you hear my live last night?
No.
I
Heard the
was
live of the Tasty Delight. You would know what I'm talking about. The whole night, especially when Ready for the World came on. Oh. Girl, tonight, what? Go ahead, Kim. Go. Just go.
Yeah.
Go. Oh my God.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Kim. You better hurry up before she. Hurry up, Kim.
Bring it back, Shauna. Bring it back. I want everybody.
Me too. Yeah.
Please.
Shauna, will you stop putting enough?
Please, Shauna. Thank
Okay, everybody, wait, before we do this, wait. Before we do this, let me say this one thing. One thing real quick. Our disclaimer is just because it's our opinion, it doesn't mean that it's your fact. No matter how much of a fact it is, we have a right to say how we want to say. And if you feel what we're feeling, put your thumbs up, and I want you to push that. I want you to use your hashtag enough, because you're going to see where this going to surface back, because y'all going to be like, they just going off and on a tangent. No, actually, we're not. And you're going to find out why in just one moment. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay. Hi, ladies. So,
Hi.
hi. So basically what I was thinking, right?
And I ain't finished.
I'm looking at the four of us on this screen. Each one of us has our own unique style, our own individual trademark, our own flow, our own us. There will only be one you ever in life. So the problem is people forget about the word authenticity and uniqueness. We all have our own trademark. We know in our DNA, we all have our own stamp, right? Nobody else will ever have your stamp, ever.
Right.
So the moment you go and you recognize somebody that looks like you, you assume that they're trying to be like you, and that is not the case, because they will never be you. So own you. Stop trying to control what everybody else is doing, because everybody is being their unique selves. Now,
You say enough.
Not everybody.
but I will, well, no. Everybody in their own right. So what I will say is I had an experience where I used to do dance ministry in churches, and churches would hire me to come into their churches to help to raise up their dance ministries. So there was one piece that I did that was a very eclectic piece that I did for my church. There was another church that was in attendance. What they did was they recorded it, took it back to their church, and then they performed it at a larger venue. So me being in the dance world, the moment I saw it, I flipped out. And this was in a spiritual realm with a bunch of Christian folk. Okay. And someone told me, one of my big brothers told me, because he is a producer, he said, when people imitate you, Take it as an honor.
I'm mad at you because you wouldn't let me finish talking. And that's what I wanted to say.
But I'm speaking from experience. Take as an instructor, as a teacher, as a choreographer, take it with a grain of salt and say, you know what? Thank you. Because how many of us have tried to sing, not tried to, but we'll hear a Jill Scott or a Nina Simone or anybody, a Fantasia or whoever. You have the resemblance of that person, but you will never be that person because you are uniquely yourself. So, with that being said, most people who go into that realm of jealousy or hating or whatever it is because they identify with themselves only. And what they do is they take offense versus receiving the gratitude of watching someone move like you. Now, what I will say in dance, there is no one creator. In dance movement,
I'm mad at you. I tighten my head. And
even let's talk about singing because we have
Lord,
right? When you do a riff, somebody else will do a riff that is similar to yours, but your riff is your unique riff that you do. It may be to the same song, but what happens is most times it's not even you that sees it. It's somebody else on the outside that's seen what you do. They saw somebody else do something similar. They run back to you and they say, okay, such and such over there just did X, Y, and Z.
Right.
And the first thing you do is go into protective mode. You go into fight mode, right? And stop it because at the end of the day, God is the master creator.
Mm-hmm.
And we see things throughout the universe, even people, how they move, how they react to certain things, how their language is. Even though there may be different languages, we're all saying the same thing.
Right.
Like, fall back on that. Stop it.
Fall back.
Life is too short. Just embrace everybody's uniqueness and what they do. What I will say is that in the early 90s, I was really into, and I'm a house head. I don't know if y'all ever heard of that word.
Yes. I've never heard of that.
Shauna, please go.
I had to bring you up so they could see you. Go ahead.
All right, I love you. So I love house music. I love it. In the house music circle, what people would do, and again, this is community dance. They will form a circle around each individual person, allow you to come in and dance to a particular song, whatever the case is, and there was freedom in it.
Yes,
and there was community in it. Now, when people take dance and they dirty it up with their own selfish motivations and agendas. Right? What happens is you take away the essence of what that thing is all about. And most of the people that are going to be listening to this, even those line dance people or whoever it may be, most of those people might be believers. But when you go back into the Old Testament and they start talking about the dancers who danced, it was warfare. They created these movements for purpose, and there was an essence of freedom. And whenever there was a clarion call for the dancers to come forth, they came forth and did what they had to do. It wasn't about passing judgment. It was about breaking chains so that people could be free. And when people come into an environment where they need to get away from home, they need to get away from families, they need to get away from depression, oppression, frustration, or whatever it may be, leave them alone. Let them come and release.
Thank you.
In that spirit, you break the people's back. You are no different than a slave master. Because in that essence, you taking away the essence of why we as a people, going back to earlier, social dance. The reason for social dance was so that people could communicate and be set free under the masculine oppression.
Right.
So my cry for people, for dancers, for line, hip hop, house, whatever those teams that are out there, whoever you are, please. We need each other. People come to you and into those environments to be free.
Yes.
Embrace
Yes.
them. Love
Yes.
them. And if that's not your spirit, then you need to check yourself, seek God, and think about why you are the way that you are, and correct yourself.
Kim is on fire.
Yourself. Because we don't understand, especially in a time like this.
Yes.
There's so much depth on it. And I know a little bit about the line dance world. And especially y'all just lost a legend. Y'all just lost somebody who was out there moving and shaking. And the hearts are broken. Stop it.
Yes.
Because now he's transcended with the elders, and guess what? He's dancing in the spirit. He is ultimately free. Y'all still down to bickering. Stop it.
Thank you. Thank you for that message. Thank you for that message.
Stop it.
Thank you for that message. That means
I digress. It was burning me up on the inside. But I've seen it over the decade. And I was thinking about like back in the 70s where disco was alive.
Oh, yes.
It was freedom.
Freedom, honey. Freedom. Freedom.
Right?
That's right.
Stop.
Yeah.
I digress.
No, that was most excellent. Most excellent. Like Shauna said, I can't come behind that.
You can hear the passion in the way you was expressing yourself, and that was.
I just feel because
it was needed. It was needed. You needed to do that, and we needed to hear that.
Because again, my life has been built on dance. From the time I was, that's all I know. That's the foundation of who I am. That's the foundation of who I am. So for people who are just getting into this thing and you just starting, learn about it. Do your research.
Yes.
Find out what it's all about before you come in there like that.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
That is to me, me being the person who just dances when I hear music. I'm not in that, platform.
Mm-hmm.
It is so important to, like you said, know the background so that you can educate others on it. See, me personally, I look at you. Well, now I look at you differently because you're educating me. Both of you are, and all three of you are educating me. I'm getting different views from all three of you, which to me is very important, and it's necessary because, I look at you guys like, oh, they dance, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I never really looked at. And it's a shame to say this, but line dancers, I don't think they really get the, and maybe all line dance trainers are different. I'm sure they are. I'm sure some may not do the research, some may. I don't know, but you're the first person I've ever heard say that you educate the dancers on what you're going to be learning about and the history behind it. It's not like you're just on the floor dancing. That to me is like, whoa, this is really serious. Now I'm looking at it on a different level. I have a much more respect for it. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go, because I never really looked at it. I'm gonna take it somewhere else. For instance, I also portray Diana Ross, right? I've always liked the way she sang when I was young. But when I became Diana Ross in the band that I'm in, I had to learn a lot about her, and I had I look at her so differently now. It's like you learn what she's been through and why she sang the way she sang and why she did the things she did and all that. It makes things so you have a different perspective, So I appreciate all three of you so much because I didn't think I was going to be educated today. I knew this was a topic on dance, but it's like different levels of, why it's so important, that song just adds that extra flair to what we're talking about. That was right on point, Shauna. You know what, Shauna? I'm so proud of you.
Yes.
I'm so proud just watching you grow.
Yes.
So proud. This is so amazing. It's so I've
It
been
is amazing.
I've been watching every week and I'm just so amazed. I couldn't wait to get on. I was like, oh, it's my turn now. It's my turn. You know, because you know, you guys hit on topics that are so needed. And
Yes.
so uplifting. It's so uplifting. And it's just a lot of things that people don't feel. I just feel comfortable to discuss things, you know, which is very important. You know, we tend to hold things in, and this is almost like a way of just kind of letting it all out and venting and just kind of just like a breath of fresh
And
air.
doing it in a healthy way, like doing it in
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
This is so awesome. This is so awesome.
Very healthy dialogue.
You know,
Very healthy.
sometimes people
Yeah.
feel the reason
Thank
why I
you.
was grabbing my head was because Kim was spitting everything out of my head and
Well,
saying
yes.
everything, and I'm like, "You're not leaving me no food, honey." But then after a while, I was like, "You know what?"
You know, when Kim's on a roll, she on a roll. You know that.
But
Both of you are the dynamic duo. You two are a dynamic duo. Because,
but I didn't
you
have
know,
to sit there and get mad about it, and that's the difference. That's what we have to learn. You know, somebody's like, "You ain't let me talk, and you ain't let me say." That's not even the point, because it's at a level at this point where, for someone who knows me, I'm considered Charlie Brown, the teacher. I'm going
Right.
womp 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 womp.
Yeah.
They don't hear me. So when Kim comes behind me and say the very thing that I say, coming from somebody who's not standing in my rim, is no
Right.
It is
Yes.
understood differently. Because for
Yes.
me to say everything that she said, being in that field, and I'm not just a line dancer. Because preferred, I'd rather bob and I'd rather strand than a line dance all day. But
Yeah.
I respect line dancing because I can be my own me. I can know the basics and I can do whatever I want and I can just dance. But the difference with me versus someone else is I don't need to watch or be watched or feel intimidated because somebody is. Because I'm going to do me because I'm coming here what I came there for.
Yes.
And it hurts my soul that there are now, I have to admit, I remember one day I was doing a move and I seen this young lady go and on her page did my move and called it hers. I was like, did she just get your dance and made it hers? But then I had to start laughing because the same thing happened when I went skating. I used to do a signature move, and next thing you knew, all the girls that was skating were doing the same signature move. And I was like, excuse me, that's mine. But then after a while, I had to say the same thing that Kim said. And that was after I adjusted my head. I'm glad to see that I was able to do something positive that somebody else was able to replicate and do the same. I was no longer mad about it. I was proud that somebody could do what I was doing because it wasn't just me doing it. And now it was no longer just mine because now they had their signature. And if I helped them to come out and do what they needed to do and become whatever they needed to become by seeing me doing it, if I was that example, if I was that mentor, if I was that teacher, if I was that that person that empowered them to move, then you know what? Everybody do it. But I wasn't mad about it anymore. I didn't feel the need to be mad because I watched everybody else get mad and I thought that's what I was supposed to do. But as I grew older, I realized it's not about that at all.
Yeah.
So Kim was about to explode again, y'all. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay. So again, coming from hip hop culture, early 80s, popping, locking, breaking, all those things that we did back then. Our dance that we created is now universal. And people are emulating what we do and taking it to their own level. But they're keeping the foundation. And my clarion call to all of those instructors, all of those creators that are creating these new dances weekly, monthly, yearly, whatever it may be. Once it comes out of you, it is no longer yours.
Yep.
It's like a book.
Yep.
When you write a book and you send it through to the publisher company and they push it out to the masses, that book is no longer yours. So what's going to happen is anybody who gets a hold of that, they now have your words that you shared with the world that are no longer yours. And now they are free to interpret it the way in which their mind interpreted it.
Yeah.
Some people would even venture to turn it into a play with different creative vision. So my thing is, I'm still looking. There was a company that I was with back in the 90s. It's called Rennie Harris Pure Movement. Rennie Harris Pure Movement is one of the premier hip hop theater companies internationally. They are now ambassadors for the United States to travel into different countries teaching hip hop. And so there are things that I see that's out there, and I'm like, that's my mentor movement. However, that is phenomenal because it reached hundreds of thousands of miles away from where it was created. And his name is stamped to it. And you can't take that from the creator. But what you can do, let's talk about the different styles of dance. You have modern dance, Martha Graham, Alvin Ailey. How many people have tried to redo originals done by the Alvin Ailey Dance Company? They do it all over the world. But there will ever be only really one revolution. You know what I'm saying? There will only be one vector. Like those dances, they impact the masses. So when they're released to the masses now have the freedom to do it over again.
Right.
And it may not be the way that you did it.
Right.
But take honor in knowing that God used you in that season to get it out to help people be free. Because people are learning and releasing through your creativity. Stop it. Stop it.
I love that.
Even with musicians, it's the same thing. I sit back and I hear the stories of the I'm around some of the most premier musicians in the world that travel the world, that play with the best of the best. I've seen them. I've broken bread with them. I toured with them. And they all have their unique sound. But what happens is somebody might hear it and be like, oh, I like how they do that. So it has their own flair to it. It's not, once you release it, it's no longer yours, teacher.
Yes.
Period. Creator.
Yeah.
Once you release it, it's no longer yours. But you gotta also understand that you have to be mature at a point in your life where you have to be able to accept what's being said.
But Shauna, people need to hear a person like me saying what I'm saying because
that's what I'm
the way they think.
That's what I like.
Coming from somebody else.
And
I agree with that.
And that's the point. And the reason why I'm saying that is because every last one of us on this profile, like someone else who's listening, has been affected by such stuff to the point where somebody thinking themselves bigger than others, or that they're trying to make a name for themselves, or look at them now, or here they come again. Oh my God, what are they up to now? Well, so I guess they couldn't do it here, then they're going to do it there. We need you to understand it's not about you and it's not about us. It's about a thing, period, that goes bigger than us. It's a whole lot bigger.
It's a lot bigger.
It's a lot bigger. And once we all get to the maturity level and realize and hear what is being said, then we can effectively be doing something, and not just because of the dance. And that comes to the point of, that's why I keep throwing it up here. It's enough.
It's still enough. It is enough. You're right.
Enough. We've had enough. Stop beating each other up. Stop
Yes.
doing that.
Yes.
Stop going. I mean, fine. I understand you're going to do it. Understand that it's beyond where we're taking it. It's enough. We need to now come together and start working together. Maybe all the coordinators and all the teachers need to get together and align and teach everybody, so now we can learn how to now be in this new era together. Because we're not going to be able to dance the way we used to dance before. But I need you to not be on your own personal hiatus.
There you go. But yes, you're right.
Me, oh, this is my group over here. No, we need to get off this cliquish scene. The
Can I know something?
Oh, I don't even want to get into the clip.
Really quick.
But
When I hear about cliques, right, it reminds me of gangs. And you are people who assign to a clique. What happens is those same, let's say you driving down the street, and those people that you see standing on the street corner claiming a block that was there before them, that will be there when they're no longer here, maybe. You have co-signed to that type of culture and claiming something for your own that is for the community and fighting each other, killing each other, maybe not physically in the dance world, but emotionally, mentally, reputation wise, you're killing each other and you're killing yourselves.
Yes.
So that's what I was saying about that whole the dual mentality of people. Why do you feel like everything is supposed to be yours? It's like crabs in a barrel. We all hear about that.
Yes.
Everybody
Yes.
wants to be the best. Everybody wants
Yep.
to be top. Everybody wants to be the, oh, look at me. Like, calm down. Bring that.
Oh,
That at the end of the day, you don't control the world. You don't control this world.
that's correct.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yes.
I challenge you. That is my challenge, to really look at why you think the way you think, right?
Mm-hmm.
And don't. So now you can no longer look at those drug dealers on the corner shooting up and killing each other because you're doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a systemic problem with our people.
Yes. Yes.
Trying to claim something that is not yours. It will never be yours. Dance while you love it will never be yours.
Right.
It's God's creation. And God just happened to share it with you.
Mm-hmm.
So you weren't even the first person to get it. You got it from God.
Thank you.
To give to his people, to bring them together, to
Share
create
it.
an environment where healing can take place. That's
Mm-hmm.
the reason for it.
Yeah.
So stop it.
Share the gift. Share the gift.
Share the gift. And once you
Share the gift.
it's not yours. Because somebody that was in your class, they're going to take you home and teach somebody. And somebody might have their stilettos and move a certain way. So that dance, that part you created is a little distorted and it becomes something else. So what?
So what? You did. So what? So what? Shauna, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
Shauna?
stop apologizing. Stop apologizing.
Yeah, don't apologize.
I know, I
because you're
just-
on point.
I
And
caught myself.
don't let nobody get in your ear to make you believe anything differently.
Shauna, listen, I'm so beyond that. That's why I caught myself. I was apologizing to y'all because I've been going. But I am unapologetic about anything that I have said pertaining to this community, our
No,
dance.
I'm glad, Kim, I'm glad that you said the things that you said, and I'm glad you were going on and on, because I too, like Shauna, believe it needs to be heard from someone else. I am in the line dance community. Shauna, I believe you're in the line dance community, but you don't, it's just like when your loved one tells you something and you don't hear it, and then your friend comes in and tells you the exact same thing, and suddenly it makes sense. It's like, oh yeah, you know what, that does make sense. Well, that's what your spouse or your loved one just told you. So coming from someone like him who is not in the community and has not experienced in the community what I have experienced or what you have experienced, Shauna, I think it's very important that this message is coming from her. There is no attachment from her into the community. So it's a very important message coming from someone that's outside looking in, that has experience in dance, period. You mentioned cliques. The community, this is no place for cliques. This is no place for cliques. You know, it just simply is not. Dance equals freedom.
Yes.
Dance is an art. Dance is expression. It's just like the way we dress reflects our personalities. It is individual. Even though we're dancing in lines, we may be doing the same steps, but in a different style because we are independent and individual. And that's what it should be. It's freedom. I should not have to move the way what makes you comfortable. If my hips swaying makes you uncomfortable, then as far as I'm concerned, it's a personal problem because I'm not going to change who I am because this is the way I express myself. I'm a very passionate individual in general. I'm definitely passionate about dance. And when I'm feeling a song, not hearing a song, when I'm feeling a song, my body does what it wants according to what I'm feeling. Period.
But you know, it goes further than that because I even came across my own hashtag, my own line, and my line is it's not even just line dance, it's period.
Correct.
And it's period when it comes regardless to what you do, period. But because of me, when it comes to dance, that's how I express myself. And my expression is this. Instead of waddling, I'm not gonna waddle in nothing, but I will wobble.
Exactly. Do your thing.
Waddling, I wobble. I wobble.
That's
my
right.
everything. The same way, the same rules that I use for the lines of dance. The rules of dance for me is if I get it, I got it. If I don't got it, I'll learn and figure it out. And until I can't get it, you don't want to see the top of me, you don't see the bottom of me, I'm going to keep doing whatever I need to do until I do get it and perfect it and become it. And that's going to be it. But I had to come to that realization in my life. And there's someone out there right now that believes that you need somebody to mimic you. You need somebody to be around you. You need somebody to honor and put you on a pedestal. But let me tell you something. You don't need that pedestal because when you fall, you fail them along with yourself. And I always sit back and I say what Mary said. When I'm walking, I want to make sure I'm not dragging nobody else down with me. So I'm going to make sure that I'm not causing nobody to go down as a result of me. So just understand that when you and yourself, and you making it all about yourself, you're messing up. And because you've been doing it for so long, you feel as though it's right. So my question to you is this. Who told you that what you were doing was right? Who told you? Who told you that you needed to do it this way? Who told you that it was right? Nobody did. Nobody told you that you had to be. And that's the problem because we need to be. And because you need to be is the reason why you come off on other people wrongly. Look at Adrian. Adrian want to be a part of it. She sees what's going on with us. She's like, you know what? I'm doing good without it.
Right, exactly. Exactly. It is a turn off.
Right. I sit my little happy butt right here. But it's not just line dancing, it's with anything that you do, any dance that you do. We can be doing cha-cha, but you don't like the way I squatted and did a spin. That's bad.
Why she got to move?
How about African American people doing the cha-cha? When that movement is really a Latin movement.
Oh.
And if truth be told, half of y'all ain't even doing it the right way. So you borrowed it from another group of
borrowed movements. Borrowed movement. Yes. It is borrowed movement.
It's not yours.
I'm glad
it's borrowed movement. You just said it.
Let me learn that something real quick. Let me learn that something real quick.
Sapphire. Hold on, Shauna. Sapphire had a question.
I just wanted to piggyback off of what Shauna had said previously before you said something. With me, I like to feel, or I want to be, or feel confident in doing whatever. So like if I don't feel confident doing something, I'll just sit back and just like observe. You know what I'm saying? I want, whether it's right or wrong, I want to be able to feel free. And I don't want to feel like I'm being judged if I'm not doing something right. If that makes sense.
Yes.
So
And we are so harsh. We are so harsh.
Exactly. And so like one thing, and I had to learn how to kind of block people out. I'm getting there, trust me. This is a learning progress with me, trust me. But I'm learning to say, I don't care. I'm learning to say, you know, it's about, if I'm out and I'm having a good time, I don't care what other people think or how they feel. I'm getting there. My husband's like, I can't wait till you get to the point. I don't want to say what he really said, but he really said where I say that I don't give an F word or whatever. He wants me to be in that mentality.
I knew that's what you were going to say.
About that's his model right there. He's like, Adrian, I can't wait until you get there. I'm like, I'm there, babe. He said, no, you're not. I'm like, yes, I am. I really don't care what people think or how people feel, because if I'm not happy, first of all, I want to be happy. Okay. I want to be happy and doing whatever I choose to do. Okay. So like, if I don't feel confident doing the dances, then that's when I fall back or whatever. But once again, you know, I'm surrounded with sisters who don't have an issue teaching me certain things, so I feel more confident, and I don't have an issue with my flaws and my mistakes or whatever, because I know that I will be accepted and I won't be judged on what I'm doing. And not only that, it will allow me to do it correctly, if that makes sense, whether it's the wrong or right way, whatever, you know. So I just wanted to say that.
It does. And I wanted to do something before we get off, Shauna, if you don't mind, in talking about Stilettos Entertainment Group Television, because I just want to share with you guys that we created our own magazine. I have an original publication, R&B Soul Fusion Line Dance. Okay, that we created.
Is that you?
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my.
Yes, so it's our original magazine, but I do that to say that we're visionaries and we think outside the box. Now, I'll be honest, we've done a lot of talking about the community, and the community is a box. It's a box.
Yeah.
We think outside of that box. So we market really outside of the box as a business to people outside of the community. Most people I dance with out here in the Poconos, some of them have never even heard of R&B line dance. It's country up here. So I've broken the barriers where I am. And so my husband and I, that's one of the things that we do. We try not to, put ourselves in an area that is saturated and try to come out of the box and do something a little bit different. So I just wanted to share that with you guys, that we do. This is publication number 1, and we're going to keep going. And we're going to keep, my visions come to me when I'm sleeping. I'll be sleeping and wake up with a vision or a direction. I've gotten up at 2 o'clock in the morning, sometimes doing an 8-count step that I'm doing in my sleep. And I'm like, what am I up at 2? Talking about 1, 2, 3. It's insane. And it just comes. But I'm passionate about dancing. I've always been passionate. Our business is, my husband is a businessman. He's the business and I'm the product. Now, when it comes to business, for him, business is business. He is not a line dance person. Never has been, knows nothing about the community other than what I complain about. So his marketing and his vision is always targeting outside of the community, because he could care less in a way about the community in and of itself. He's thinking, you have tens of thousands in the community, tens of thousands, but you have millions in the world. Small thinking, we think big. So we have a lot on the table. When it's time to drop it, we'll drop it. But in the meantime, we have our magazine, which I'm very proud of. We worked very hard on it. And like I said, we have something on the table that is like, I just cannot wait to release. But patience is very important.
And you don't need to drop your gems to swine until this season when it's ready, because branding and marketing is everything.
Yes, it is.
But
branding.
But can I say something to the both of you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Set fire. I knew that you were at this point when I saw your Facebook page of you skydiving.
Wow.
She has a picture on Facebook of her skydiving, and the picture says a lot with no words. And I'm a type of person that I like to look at a picture with no words.
Mhm.
It tells you so much. And what it basically said to me was, I don't care what you think. I don't care what you do. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a leap, and I'm going to fly. Either you can come with me. You don't have to. But I know what I'm going to do. And Tracy, I say the same thing to you. None of you, and I say this to all and everyone else who's listening and watching, you need no validation from no one. You don't.
Correct.
If they're coming, all right. If they're not coming, you know our hashtag. It's okay.
It's okay.
Right.
It's okay.
Okay.
But the
Yep.
hashtag that applies to you too is this. It's okay to not be okay, because I know what your mission is and I know what your passion is. But just like Jill Scott said, you're going to always have somebody that's going to be a hater. So hate on hater. Hate on. Let them do whatever they got to do. Let them say whatever they're going to say. Let that be the stepping stone that gives you the step to say, I'm going the right way.
Because Jesus had to do this.
Because if
Yes, right.
for you to not go according to the purpose, it will fall. It will fall.
Yes. Yes.
You
Yes.
don't let nobody else get in your ear and tell you that it's falling. You'll see it for yourself. You'll know. And if it look like it ain't falling, it look like nobody else is coming, you keep going, because even Jesus had to walk by himself.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You just keep going and knowing that by faith you shall be led if the purpose
Correct.
is for you to be going in the direction that you're going.
Right.
You got
Right.
people that's praying for you. So I don't care how many knives they thrown at you, it's not going
Yes.
to prosper. I don't care how many daggers they throw beside you, it ain't going to touch you. I didn't say
Right.
they weren't going to throw them. I didn't say they weren't coming. I don't care if they don't buy not one single album that you put out, Sapphire. Know that somebody did hear it. And the message that was supposed to hurt it, got it. And if they didn't get it, you know the four of us did.
Right.
Sometimes it's not even meant for the larger audience. Sometimes it's
Right.
meant for us.
Right.
The preacher said, we're like, wow, Pastor, I wish so-and-so was here when they heard this message. He said the one who was supposed to hear it here.
Right.
We have replays, and I constantly tell people, take it and pass it. Treat it like a seed and plant it. And if it lands in good soil, it will grow. And whoever needs to hear whatever it is that we're presenting, they'll get it. It will happen. You ain't got to force a thing. All you have to do is do what you're supposed to do. You ain't got to worry about it working. You ain't got to even
Agreed.
worry about it.
You know, Shauna, you're so wise.
You ain't even got to care if the person beside you said the catalog was funky. You don't got to care.
Yeah.
You keep doing what you're doing, and Sapphire, you keep flying. Because
You know what?
it's going to get it. But before you do that, I got to calm Missy Pooh down real quick. You up there in the top right corner.
No.
Wait, but
I'm excited to hear what Tracy has.
Water real quick.
I have to share something.
This from my house girl right here. And you know that there is a line dance coming out for this right here. This line dance is coming. How do you know this? This song is called Little Girls.
Oh.
Yeah.
The reason why I like this song so much is because you made a valuable point. You never know who's watching you. You don't know who's marrying you. So if
That's
you
right.
ain't you gotta be careful how you walking and how you stepping, because some little girl is watching you. And it doesn't matter that you're 52, 67, 72. It's a little girl in all of us.
Yeah.
And every little girl eventually grows up. But when she grows up, it depends on what little girl she's looking at. It depends on who's in front of her before she mimics who she becoming. So understand, a little girl is watching you, and we gotta raise some queens. Because these queens that are walking right now, we gotta show them how to fix their hair. We gotta show them how to do this thing. Because the message that we putting out is not clear, it's tainted. And it's really tainted because we're sitting here, we got to explain why what you thought was not right. Just because you was going down the street that said one way and everybody else was following you, don't mean it was the right way. So with all that saying again, I say to you, you must be careful because you never know what little girl is watching you.
Yeah.
So you
But
watch.
I have, yes,
You
absolutely.
And I hope my house hair up there. I hope you feeling this. I hope this is like.
I want to say something, Shauna, but I'm not going to say it right. I'm going to let Tracy say what she wanted to say. Then we're going to come back to me. I'm next.
Oh, no, mine is just.
I need you to let. I need you to let it lead you.
I know. Go ahead, Tracy.
Oh, okay. Mine is really quick. I just wanted to share something that Shauna said to me when I called her. Now, I'm not going to get into it deeply, but I actually received a piece of hate mail to my home address, from an anonymous author. I called Shauna.
Oh, Lord.
I texted her and I called her. And the first thing she said when I told her was, congratulations. I didn't even know how to receive that. I was like, wow, wait a minute, let me think of that. She said, congratulations. I said, wow, okay, let me maybe process this a little differently, because it was an anonymous author. And the other thing she told me, she said, being that the author is anonymous, the author is void. The author is void. So it is what it is. But yes, it was very nasty, and it was delivered to my home, in which I did have a problem with, because to me that's going a little bit beyond I don't know, somebody on Facebook who doesn't like me, or somebody in the random world who doesn't like me. I'm like you, I really don't care. I'm not here to please you. But when it crosses the line into my personal space, which is my home, then I have a problem with it.
Right.
And Shauna told me, congratulations. That's not gay. Congratulations to me. So I just
I'm
want
going to say congratulations too. You know what? I'm saying congratulations too, because with you being a coach, you're pouring into people's lives. Every person that walks through your studio or wherever you go, those are your students. God has gifted those people to you for this season or whatever season they come into your line or into your space, and know that you are changing lives because of it. And if it's just that one person, so be it. They don't have a bearing on what you do.
That's right.
And this kind of ties into what I was going to say when Shauna's talking about the little girls watching. Like I was saying, I teach young people. And so this one day I was holding a class and I paused the music and I went to go do something at my laptop. And so when I'm teaching, this is how my shirt is normally up like this, right? So prior to me pausing, they were dressed just like themselves. Nothing was altered. I turned around to fix my music, and when I came back, 12 young girls standing there with their shoulders, with their shirts like this. They will never forget what you have done for them. You will forever, your imprint is in their spirits, it's in their lives. And when they do something, they do a movement, they haven't done it in a while, they go, oh, that was Tracy.
Right.
Or that was Kim.
Right.
or Shauna teaching the choir. Oh, that was, remember when Shauna did that?
And
Yeah.
I'm for that.
Remember when Sapphire sang that? I remember that day.
Yes. Yes.
What we do impacts those who are supposed to be impacted. And we are world changers. We are life changers. So
Yes.
if a person
Yes.
that is anti what you're doing, it almost reminds me of our current administration.
Uh-oh.
Mm.
Wait a minute, before you do it, look, if y'all listening, hashtag now.
Yes.
And one person is trying to tear down the foundation, the work, the legacy of what somebody said because of the jealous spirit, because they're not getting the same thing in return.
We.
Okay, that's a spirit. That's a
Yes.
spirit. They're not content within themselves.
Correct.
They still are trying to figure out who they are.
Correct.
And so it's not just you that they sent something to. They spew that stuff out to whomever it is that's not in alignment or willing to sign off on their BS.
Yes. Yes.
But you can't tear down a legacy.
You sure can.
Correct.
And if you
especially if that legacy rocks stilettos all the time. You can't
and
tell.
I'm gonna finish on that one. I'm gonna let the song finish on that one because you need to hear what it says. Let them lead you on, Tracy.
Oh, yes.
Come on, Tracy. You hear that fire? Let them lead you. Go ahead, Kim. Get your little house move on. Go ahead. Listen. Who are you? Who do you?
You are good. I like my joy right there.
You beautiful and strong. Let them lead
Yes.
you on, baby. Let them
Yes.
lead you on. You beautiful and strong, baby. Who are you? Beautiful and strong.
You know who
Yeah.
I am? I'm confident.
Listen.
That's it right there. Ooh, you got me want to dance, girl.
I know.
Reflection of a queen.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about music, how music is very empowerment, but the words in the music is like, it's so many layers to like songs, so many layers.
Yeah.
You got the instrumentals, you have the background vocals, you have the vocals, you have all of that, and then you have the individual instruments that affects people. It's just so much to music. It's so much. Layers on top of layers on top of layers on top of layers.
Oh yeah.
And I had to learn that when I actually do different roles and sing background vocals sometimes. It's like learning a whole new song. It's like, okay, I could have sworn I heard this in the song, but no, it's something totally. That's why I have such a greater appreciation with background singers and also with lead singers. They're on two different It's so amazing.
Story when you think about
amazing.
songs,
Wait to the end of it. I need you to understand. That's what I need them to hear. Put the clothes back on. All that stuff you got on. Put the clothes back on. That's my imagination. Boy, doing it. And put your clothes back on. Put your clothes back on, I say.
No, I was just want to say, like when you think about music, we hear the instruments. The instruments are all involved in the storytelling.
Oh yes.
When you listen to the lyrics, they're all involved in the storytelling, and you have to place yourself in that moment. And that's why songs impact people in certain periods in their lives, because what's going on in the moment. It's when you connect, and that's storytelling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You dance, through music, through singing, through instruments, through plays, through movies, whatever it is. The arts is something about the arts, y'all.
Oh, yes.
And that's why the world needs the arts. That's why the world gravitates to us. That's why the world leaves what's like I keep saying, they leave their lives, even if it's for a moment, for an hour, 2 hours, to escape. So that they can go into a different world and hear a different narrative.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yes.
Talking about the narrative, I'm going to bring up what was stated last Saturday from Hill, and it was a dedication, and he named it Black Woman. So I'm gonna play this, and y'all tell me how you feel. So bear with me for just a moment while I get it together. One moment. If they'll let me play it. Well, let me play it early. But meanwhile, go ahead, ladies, and chat so we can get it to come back up for me. Well, we'll wait for it to come up. It's gonna come up in a minute. But meanwhile, y'all go ahead while I fight with it for a minute.
Can I bring something up while you do that?
Sure.
Okay. So I think it's also sharing that same narrative. So this right here, thinking about we're talking about narrative, we're thinking about life, we're thinking about our people, a resurgence of the arts, dance, restoring joy, and we're looking at where our people have been from it. This Time magazine article, it says 1968 to 2015 to 2020. And if we really think about it, we realize that that narrative is one that for some reason we have not been able to escape. But I think right now is the resurgence of hope, the resurgence in being revolutionary and how we deal with it. And I think we all have a place or a part to play in what the new narrative becomes. You know what I'm saying? We talked earlier about our people, what we've been through. But this narrative is seen not only here in America, but the world is watching. The world is watching to see. And what I will also say is there are other people in other countries that look at African Americans. If those people in those other countries are the oppressed people, they look at us for our example. How we deal with it and how we victor. And I'm saying that because I've had one-on-one dialogue from new friends that I have acquired over the past 3 years. And when I sat down with them, they're like, you are African Americans are our brothers. We stand in the struggle. So if other people are rooting us on, it's a lot of people rooting us on, y'all. But because we don't hear that, we're stuck in just what we are dealing with. And we don't realize that there is hope to come out of where we are. We've come out. We've come out. We've victored over. We've had our victories, right? We have. So it's like at this point, how are we going to victor over what's going on in the state of our country today?
Right.
So I wanted to share that because I know Shauna was kind of going in that direction.
Yes. And, yes, I do. Here we go. Just a moment. Ready? This is his dedication. This is his dedication to us.
My phone is dying.
I will make time for feedback from you, Sean.
Okay.
Say that. No disrespect, brother, but I would really love to hear this thing.
What we gonna do? We're gonna do our feedback on this is the this is the show.
Okay.
All right, good.
Dear Black woman, I will never understand how you can be so strong, how you can last so long with a smile on your face while this world treats you the way it does. You are the most singularly underappreciated thread in this American tapestry that there is or was, and yet your essence is stolen and woven into the very fabric of almost everything called beauty and art. Meanwhile, your heart has still had to learn to love, while the little dove that is your innocence probably had her wings clipped before she ever got to experience for herself the wonder of flight. Maybe it was stolen by a stranger like a thief in broad daylight. Or maybe it was tainted by a misguided relative under the guise of doing right or in the cover of night. Maybe it wasn't physical. Maybe it was your mind, warped by someone else who fed you poison because they couldn't leave their own past behind. And so they convinced you that you were never destined to fly, despite what you feel in your heart and what you see with your own eyes. Dear Black people, these are lies. I know it feels like that may not be true. After all, just look at the way people continue to view you. Sometimes Black men too. They're told that you're too aggressive, too loud, too suggestive, too proud, too strong, too weak, too bold, too meek. When you are told that you're beautiful and exotic, you sometimes get fetishized for the erotic thrill and may bring the occasional visitor. But when it's time for somebody to buckle down and commit, it's like nobody wants to choose assistant. You're told you're too dark, too light, too black, too white, overqualified, and simultaneously marginalized, too skinny, too thick, literally everything except the truth. You're perfect. And you're worth it. The skin that covers your body is material of the highest grade. The texture, the color, every single shade is the finest ever made. The silhouette of your shape, no matter how curvy or how straight, was crafted by the hands of the master. There is not a one-size-fits-all policy to your beauty. There's not a checklist that you have to be or standard on the size of your booty. Your blackness is not up for debate. It is something you are never required to validate. It is indisputable and irrefutable, unmovable and undilutable. Every single piece of you was sculpted on purpose, with purpose, from the quarry of the universe. Your lips, your eyes, your hips, your thighs, your hair, your heart, your mind, your art. Don't let anyone steal your identity. There's a reason, dear Black women, why this world fears Black women. It's because you are the blueprint for billions. You are bathed in perfection and tempered in resilience. So remember that when anyone tries to say otherwise, recognize this pain may not be new, but this pain will be you. Dear Black woman.
Oh my God, you got me in tears. So, I don't know about y'all, but that was his dedication to us.
Wow.
And when he did that, I was like, yeah, I was in tears because everything he said was everything we've ever been through. Everything they've always said. You wasn't too light, you were too dark, you were too thick, skinny. Your hair was too short, your eyes was too chinky, your lip was too big, your nose was too big.
You talk too much.
You talk too much.
You're too opinionated.
Everything that was ever said. And I really appreciated Akil for saying that because he left me totally speechless.
I would love to just sit down and listen to that in a quiet space. Because
you can hear it again because it's on the replay.
Okay. There's so much that's there. And again, y'all know I travel through the history of our people. And I think about all that we've gone through. and all of the whys. Like, yes, those things are a matter of fact, but why? Where did it come from? Who had a problem with it? You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why a lot of us are insecure within ourselves.
Yes.
We have thoughts, feelings, and emotions. We suppress them because we don't want to have people think about us in a certain way. We don't want to offend anybody. We don't want to feel like we're overstepping or usurping a man. You know what I mean? There's so many of those things that are there. And I think those things are in place because of what our people have been through. And it's overly perpetuated throughout the decades. And it started with one group of people, but now it infiltrated our community, our mentality. You know what I mean? It started from somewhere. Like, what's wrong with me wearing my hair short and kinky if I want to? And why is it that a Black man does not deem that beautiful? What is the problem with that? Or if I'm expressive and I'm emotional when I emote, like, why is that a problem? Why can't you just enjoy me and take me in for who I am? You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot that comes with that, but it comes from a place. And we have to unearth those things. Like, man, it's years of oppression. It's years of oppression of us and our men. And the children are a direct result of it. And they just keep vomiting that same behavior and those same mentalities. And it takes for one person to speak to one person to prove or to show that things are not necessarily that way. Like, I'm still beautiful. I don't have to wear long lashes hooked up to my forehead to say that I'm beautiful. Right.
Yes.
I stopped going to the nail salon a long time ago because I didn't like the damage that it was doing to me.
Mm-hmm.
And my natural, gosh, look at this.
Yes.
It comes naturally. Like, why can't we be our authentic selves?
Yes.
Why is it that we have to fit this mold? Everybody is not Beyonce. Even Beyonce is not Beyonce when she's not on television or in the public.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? We take all that stuff off and become who we really are in the privacy of our own homes and around our families.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes we can't even do that because we're so busy trying to be super women all the time.
Yeah.
And that's why it goes right to what I said earlier today. You know, why are you doing what you're doing, and who told you that what you was doing was right? You know, because we're so not pleased with where we are, or we've been profiled that this was how it was supposed to be. This is how it's supposed to feel. So then we go and become what we're not. But at what point do you look at the mirror and lose your identity? But I knew I was tired of losing my identity when it came to my look, when it came to people, when it came to men, because I started realizing that I was turning into what people wanted me to be rather than I was.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes to a point where you got to stop and realize, who am I? Who are you? And when you do that, then you don't need to worry about if somebody is doing your dance step or if somebody is doing your move. Then you ain't got to worry about if somebody bought my song or if they heard my song or they heard what I said. You don't have to worry about them things anymore because you know who you are. You're beautiful and strong. That's who you are. And again,
You're a masterpiece.
The masterpiece. And then again, it comes right back to the dance. Is whether you waddle or you wobble. Which vowel are you using after the W?
What if I can't waddle or wobble? So I'm joking.
Just do your dance.
You just stand there and be confident.
You just do you, and you
That's
do
right.
your
That's
dance,
right.
and you do the best you that you can do, because it's you. And if nobody don't like it, then okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Sapphire got the Kim syndrome. She got the Kim syndrome.
I love my hello. Can I say something here?
Sure you can.
what I wanted to say was that was what you just showed us in reference to what he said about Black women.
Yes.
And what we all experience,
Yes.
and what we've experienced and what we still are experiencing. I want to just share something with you guys. Not trying to take it off the subject, because we were talking about dancing and freedom and self-confidence and all that stuff. But I just want to share, since you
Oh yeah, because I'm not finished with you yet, because you gotta acknowledge that it was just more than one song that we know about called The Dance. It's more it's more to them precious jewels.
Oh yeah, it's a whole lot of stuff. My album tells a story, but I have to share this with all of you. Just which makes so much sense in reference to what he just said. So like 4.5 years ago, I cut all my hair off. Like literally, I had maybe about an inch of hair. My hair was very long, but it was very thin. And you could see through my hair. And part of the reason was because I was going through a lot of stress during that time. At the time, he was my fiance. He was very sick. I was finishing up. I had maybe about 4 weeks to go to get my master's degree. We were due to get married in about 3 months, and I was training to run a half marathon. So I had all of these things going on with me, and my hair was like, every time I would shampoo my hair, I would have balls of hair. Nobody knew what I was going through, because my husband was actually in the hospital for 3 months. He was in intensive care. He was my fiance at the time. I almost lost him, right? And I was home dealing with all this. I didn't share with anybody. I would shampoo my hair, and balls of it would come out. And my hair, like I said, my hair was very long, but it was very thin. You could see through it. So I said, you know what? I'm going to cut all my hair off and start from scratch. I cut all my hair off. And do you know, I was judged. People said, why did you cut your hair? Why did you do that? You know, and I was so sad for like months. I felt like, wow, I'm the same person. I'm still Adrian. I still will do for people. I still love. I still, you know, there's nothing changed. The only thing changed was the fact that I cut all my hair off. Nobody knew the story behind the reason as to why I cut my hair. All they knew was, oh, you cut your hair. Why did you? I had to hear this for months. But you know, it's just so much more to that story, and I just had to share that little snippet as to why I did what I did. I'm sure you will have another segment as to, you know, natural hair and things that Black women go through. But I just wanted to share that with everybody. I went through hell, okay, but I had to stay focused. I had to keep pushing forward, and I had to think about, you know, why I did what I did. It wasn't for anybody else. It was because my hair, nobody knew that it's nothing like putting a ponytail in your hair and then your hair is like so thin. You can't appreciate that, you know? So I cut all my hair off, you know, and I didn't care. And I'm not going to lie to you. My fiance, he wasn't even happy at the time, but I had to share with him, you know, I was stressing because you had almost left me, you know, you had almost left me. I was stressing over I almost failed in a master's program. I almost failed. And my instructor said, I will allow you to do the same exact course through the whole summer. Because I explained to her everything I was going through with him being sick and with me training, with me doing this. And she said, you know what? Because I know how you are with schoolwork and I know how your grades are. I will allow you, but I could only get a C in that classroom. I couldn't get nothing greater than a C. You know, so I had to accept that, and that brought my grade point average down, but I had to accept that. That was the loss I took. But you know what? It was either that or get an F or fail completely. I mean, I went through so much, and I'm sure one day you'll probably have a story in reference or a show in reference to health and beauty that will explain what inspired me to get into health and beauty and all the natural cares because of what I experienced in life and all the things. Oh my God, I was treated like crap for years. You just don't know. People just started accepting me. You know why? Because my hair started growing.
And that's a shame. And you know,
because my hair started growing. When my hair was short, people looked at me like, "Oh, I'm not lying to you. I am not lying. I went through so much.
I know you went through a
And
lot.
I have pictures. I have a timeline of how my hair was. I have a timeline, and I'll be more than happy to share with you. I have a timeline of how long my hair was and how my hair, when I cut it real short, and it actually shows a timeline as to how my hair got the way it is now. I went through so much, and I created my own all natural products because of that.
Wow.
Yeah, but I will share that. I just wanted to, when you showed that video of him with his poems, I had to share that with you because my testimony is so incredible. Don't nobody know what I went through. I went through so much. Yeah.
And you know, that's powerful within itself. And yes, we are going to be having a segment. I'm going to be bringing a couple on the show, and they're with a group called the Melaleuca Products.
Right.
And they will be speaking about health and beauty using natural herbs. But I understand your story because I had that same story. I did not shave my hair on the sides. I didn't shave it intentionally.
I'm telling you, people don't know.
I had no choice but to cut my hair. And my hair was cut because of the medicine I had and the trauma that I was going through till my hair became weak. And I went to the hairdresser to do my hair or to get my hair done after losing my life. You know, people always often wonder, why do I tell the story of me dying? And why do I tell it without it appearing to be painful? That was because I was able to understand that in my death is when I really started to live.
Right.
Me dying on that table and being gone from this earth to God breathing back into me to resuscitate me, to give me life just before my life was officially cut. Because had that doctor put the little machine that pumps you up,
defibrillator,
or they had put that on me, because of where the blood clot was in my chest, it would have killed me. Because the blood clot I had blood clots in both sides of my lungs. But the blood clot was it took over my whole left lobe. And it was either getting ready to explode or it was getting ready to explode my heart.
Mm.
And all of it was because I had been dancing. And because I was dancing, my body was working and it was breaking down the blood clots. And I kept moving in life. So my body was on overdrive. So the blood clots was able to get over without needing, but it was still little. And that was the whole reason why I couldn't breathe. I was wondering why I needed ice. I was wondering what was going on with me. And I was like, my numbers was already low. They had already told me that I was considered anemia, but they didn't know I was anemic because of a medical condition I had that was stopping my blood flow.
Mm.
And had they had touched me at the wrong time, God will tell you, when God said, I will not let them touch your soul, he means that.
Right.
Because he stopped them just enough time for them not to touch me. So I came back and I breathed. He resuscitated me.
Mm.
But I say this to say, I had to get my hair cut off.
Right.
My hair was cut off. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't talk. So the one thing I was known for doing, I could not do. And that was talk. I could not provide for my family, and I was the head provider of my family. So I couldn't take care of my family. We talk about health now. So when people saw me with my hair cut, why she cut her hair like that? Not knowing that it was because of a medical condition that my hair was cut like that. And I remember my sister, Sarita, y'all call her Reese,
Right.
walking around with a scarf on my head, but the top part of my braids showing. And she said, take that scarf off. And everybody else kept telling me to take the scarf off. And I was like, oh, I'm going to do it. But my baby sister said, and they said the youngest shall lead them. She said, take it off. I said, I'm scared. She said, why? I said, because I don't like the way I look. She said, okay, I'll allow you that for just a moment. She said, because you said you don't like it. And she said, but you're going to realize that you don't like it because everybody else don't like it. But once
or what you perceive or what you think other people might say.
And she said, once you realize that you like it and you're comfortable with it, which I'm not going to allow you much time to figure it out. So you better hurry up before I take it off. And I'm looking at her like, she ain't going to take nothing off because she don't live with me, but I forgot she had a key. And so one day I looked at myself and I took a picture and I was like, you know what? I don't like it. And then she said to me, Shauna, let me make a correction. She said Shauna, because that's not, my name is not Shauna. My name is Shauna. She said, Shauna, whatever you do, you will rock it. So just stop it. I said, you know what? She's right. It's not about nobody else. It was me. But it wasn't until I heard me that I was able to accept what she was saying. So I know you're saying you're going into this tangent for what reason? Because I'm saying until we are comfortable with us, it doesn't matter how nobody judge you. And people will judge you all day.
Yes, they will.
But until you're able to say okay with your appearance, until you're able to say okay to who you are, then you won't be able to take that one foot and put it in front of the other and be like they said on Santa Claus, you'll be walking out the door. But yes, that's why thou shalt not judge, because you don't know why a person is the way they are. You don't know what a person has gone through. You don't know what a person has received. You don't know what has happened. You have no idea. So therefore, you should not judge. I remember when Anisha came on 2 weeks ago, right, Kim? Kim said you ought to be careful because my mother was a Rolling Stone, not for the reason of why you believe a Rolling Stone is, but the next time you look down on a homeless person, you better be careful because it might be my mama. That was powerful for me because you ought not judge. You don't know the reason why people's circumstances are the way they are. And you ought to be careful because if you feel as though your situation is just that much better, that you can do much better, God will say, you know what? Let me take that situation off of her and put it on you since you feel as though you can carry it much better than her. Stop judging people.
I went through hell for
people, and guess what? I went through hell too. But let me tell you how I was able to walk out of hell. I was able to walk out of hell with my head up because I knew who had my back. It wasn't nobody else. The guy who had my back and my sisters, my legitimate, real sisters. Because be careful, everybody that call you a sister is not a sister.
You know, I was going to say sometimes it's not other people judging.
Yes, it's you.
It's what we put on ourselves.
Yeah.
And I remember, I believe it was Langston Hughes. He has this book. It's called The Ways of White Folks. And in that book, it's a story about a family that the son was mulatto, but everybody else was darker complected. And so because he saw the judgment passed on to the darker complected people in his family, and because he was the lighter complected one with the curly hair, he was passing for being a white man. So he opted to live a life based on fear of what people would think and based on what he saw growing up. So a lot of times what happens is people don't want to feel that way. They don't want to feel inadequate. They don't want to feel like they're less than. They don't know how to control their self-worth. And I think a lot of times people don't know how to come out of that. because of what they've seen being done to other people. And my encouragement to somebody who would be going through that, because there are people who are going through it, we deal with it periodically, is to recognize that you are a powerful individual. There is power that is embedded in your DNA. And the first thing that has to happen is you have to acknowledge the power that you have and choose, even if you have to speak it to yourself every day, because sometimes you don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? You might speak and be like, okay, I'm just speaking it and whatever, it's still the same. But the more you speak that positive affirmation, the more you admonish and encourage yourself into your new, then you'll start, like, those chains and those thoughts will start to be broken. You know, and just like Adrian was saying, there's nobody, people don't always know what's going on with you.
Yes.
People are afraid to share.
Right.
You know, and sometimes we actually walk through our healing on our own. But you have to get tired of being in that place and believing that you will come out of it and accepting you for the beautiful creation that you are.
Yes.
And one of the reasons why I say that is, there's many reasons, but I've dealt for years, about almost 10 years, I've dealt with cancer patients. And I watched them go through their process. And a lot of times they lose their hair because of the chemotherapy. And everybody has their own ways of dealing with it. But what I saw in that was beauty at its core, because it allowed people the opportunity to get to love themselves over again. You know what I mean? You became a different creation. And it started, you may have been one thing, but then there's this evolution that happened. And then once you got past a certain point, you became something new. You became somebody new. Your struggle and your strengths and that loss of what you thought had to be there, that's even like in relationships. Sometimes like we have to be in traumatic situations or to be in certain relationships in order to be whole. But you learn how to be whole within. It's not something that happens on the outside, you know. And even before we got on, I told Sean, I'm like, look, I didn't feel like getting dressed up. I don't feel like that.
Right.
Where am I going to do that? Like, I feel like being who I am right now. I'm comfortable. So if people can't accept my baseball cap and my scarf and the no makeup whatsoever, like, I've learned to become satisfied with who I am. And I tell people all the time, I am unapologetic of who I am, because you get tired of trying to prove to people who you are for them. Your life is lived for you. At the end of the day, when you get back to the basics of why you're here, it's here. It's between you and God. Everybody else are just like other pieces on the chessboard who just happen to come in. But at the end of the day, it's you and God. When you came in as a little baby, you was a little bald-head baby, right? This little bald-head baby, cute little bald-head baby. And when you get older and you cut your hair off, you a grown little bald-head baby. Like, you know what I'm saying? So we all go through our evolution. So it's like, you know, embrace it. I just encourage people to embrace the change, embrace the new, embrace what you've never experienced, embrace your new seasons, learn to let go of the old.
I have a song titled Superwoman on that same album. And basically that song pretty much talks about everything you just discussed. No makeup on, you know, I'm Superwoman. I can fly through the halls. It may sound crazy to others, but I am Superwoman because I wear all these different hats. That's pretty much what that, you know what, not trying to switch off the conversation.
No, right. We need to talk.
We
do need to talk about the album. So go ahead.
Right. It pretty much talks about my album, pretty much everything I've experienced, not everything, but most of the things I experienced, because I'm still going through things even now, is pretty much all tied into my album. And pretty much my brand is to empower women to be free and to be confident and not to care about what other people think. We have so much things that's going on in life to worry about what people think. Look, if I want to go without wearing makeup, fine. If I want to wear makeup, fine. If I want to wear weave, fine. If I don't want to wear weave, fine. If I want to wear whatever, that's me. Leave me the heck alone. Let me be me. Let me be free. Let me just let me be. You know, seriously. And pretty much that's what each song has. It has a message inside of it, pretty much explaining the different things. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it is pretty much a little bit about me in each story that each song has. It's a little part of me in each song.
Right.
You know, just going through different things in life, just meeting people and saying that, you know, love is all we need. And it's going to be a brighter day because you never know who you may meet. I met Shauna, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I've met people in my life that I consider family, no blood connection, none of that. But it's just something about that chemistry that we have. And I have a huge family. I'm not saying I don't love my family. What I'm saying is I've met people along the way, and I've accepted them, and I actually appreciate them so much because it's not about them using me or me using them. It's about us just rejoicing together and just being just so happy and just sharing our testimonies together and laughing and crying and just dancing and being silly and just, you know, just not caring about what people think, you know? It's just so important. And that's pretty much what my brand is. I mean, it may be corny to some people. They may want me to, you know, be that entertainer that's naked all the time or whatever. But I want to be that entertainer that relates to real life situations. I want to be able to share my testimonies with women and touch them, and they touch me, and they see the raw me with my bags under my eyes and no makeup on, and me drinking wine and not being pretty all the time. You know, I don't, because that's not being happy. That's being fake, because what you're doing is you're actually painting a picture as to what people think you should be. Exactly. And I don't want that. I want people to see the raw me. This is me. Okay, whether you like me or not. All right, I'm sweating right now. All right. I'm sweating. All right. I may not be as fresh as I was 4 hours ago. It is what it is. Accept me for what I am. And it is, let's just keep it moving. You know, that's pretty much it. I just don't want, because that, I think that depresses a lot of women too. When we get caught up on seeing entertainers or people that quote unquote have the financial means to do whatever they want, they can go to the store and get this lifted up and get that lifted up and get these lifted up and get that tucked in or whatever. And so that paints this picture as to what, you know, people want to see. And that's just not being real, because are they really happy? You know, are they really truly happy with themselves? You know, I want you to get to know me, because for years I've sang with a lot of bands, and I've done a lot of things. I've done a lot of songs that I may not even felt comfortable doing, but I did it because that's what people wanted to hear. And right. And now I get to do what I feel comfortable in doing. You can get to hear my range and my vocal abilities and things like that, and the song that fits right for Adrian, so for Sapphire. So you can, because I have to get used to saying that. But you get to see what I can do, you know, because I just think that for years I've been like hidden, and people never really knew who I was.
Wow. You know, a lot of times, like, okay, so now this is what really happens on the Sister Chat. We start asking questions. we didn't ask a lot of questions.
Before we do that, let's make mention. Tracy Battery died, but okay. She wanted to make sure she let us know that she loves us. and we love her. And she
I
wanted to make sure that
know.
you really
And I
enjoy
really
it.
want her to do a dance for that song. I would be so forever grateful. I'm so serious.
I made sure I sent her the track.
And
Please,
open
because
up
I would be
the
so
gate.
honored. I would be
Yes.
so extremely honored to have that on my video. With all of us
Yes, you
doing
will.
some type of dance or something, I would be so extremely honored.
I sure will. I promise you I will. I promise you I will. Trust me when I tell you, I promise you I will.
I know you will.
But that's what happened with Tracy. So go ahead, boo.
So you had mentioned that you were used to being in the background.
Right.
And I know a lot of times when you're a background singer, or I call us atmosphere, when you're a performer and you're in the background, but you create, that story or that music, or you help to convey it.
Right.
What were some of the hurdles or some of the fears that you had in becoming that in front person?
Well, all right. So I will say this. The band that I'm in now, so we are considered it's 4 lead singers, and we're considered lead singers. However, when it's time for you to lead, we sing background. And when whoever leads during that particular time, we fall background. So it's a respect that we have for each other.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that's very, very, very important when you're doing background is having that chemistry, and also creating that blend where you all are on the same page in reference to the sound of that background that you want to have. That's extremely important, because if one person is trying to sing louder than the other person, then there's no blend there.
Right.
So we had to learn how to control when the lead person is singing. It's very important for us to fall background, meaning that we are to have a certain tone that we each have, and it's a respectful thing that we all supposed to have. Now, my role and everybody know that Diana Ross has a soft spoken voice. Ooh, baby love, my baby love. So if you have a strong background, singing over top of her soft vocal, it's just not going to work. So if they have, and some of the singers do have like those powerful background vocals, they have to kind of fall back, and if they can't, they have to fall back from the microphone so that it won't overpower me. Because one thing, and this is very important to me, when I'm singing lead, or if I'm singing a song, it's important for me to do the wax, meaning that it's important for me to sing the song the way the song is supposed to be sang. I'm not trying to outdo the person who originally made the song. However, at the end of the song, I will kind of make it my own. But for the most part, that song is their song, and I'm not trying to mess it up, and I'm not trying to change the way that song is. And I'm not taking nothing away from vocalists or singers who do that. But me personally, I just have a certain respect for, like, for instance, you guys love Dance, right?
Mm-hmm.
The song that I did. Somebody come and be like, dance. Like,
right.
No. Like, you would take that, you would feel some type of way, because you are so used to the way I do that song and certain things. Now, if they sang the wax the way I did it, and then at the end kind of made it their own, like do a little scatting or whatever, you're like, okay, that's a nice little flair. But overall, you want to hear that song, because there's certain parts of that song that make you just say, oh, yes, that's my part right there.
Right, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And then you have somebody that's going to come up there and be like, when I hit the high note, they be like, and you be like, no. It just messes up the whole vibe of the song. It's just disrespectful to me, it's disrespectful to the lead singer who actually put that hard work into that song.
Right.
I would never, ever take a Patti LaBelle song and try to jack it up.
Honey, girl.
I ain't trying to do that. Girl,
I'm sorry. I am sorry. I will say it again and again and again, and y'all can all hate me. I don't care. It's okay. There's just some people you do not remake. There are some people that you do not do over. There are some people that you leave to be an original. And if you know what I know, y'all better not ever try to do a Patti LaBelle.
She's right.
She's sorry. I haven't.
Somebody tried to do New Edition over too. I mean, Boyz II Men.
Even the baby that did Patti LaBelle, she was good. But I was waiting for Patti to go. No. You never do me. See, y'all didn't hear the remix. I'm gonna do the remix one more time. I was waiting for her to come out, look at that baby and go. No, you never do. And then she go like this.
Disrespectful.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing about it, and I know we find it funny, but I'm sorry. There's just some people I will not mention, and Patti is one of them.
I agree.
You can't. Now we have our Jennifer Hudsons, we have our Fantasias that can come close, but nobody can be Patti. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nobody can be Patti.
I totally agree. You know, like I can. Okay. I can sing maybe one or two of her songs.
Out of respect.
Right. Maybe. I mean, and you hear how I'm saying that, right? I'm being very cautious, and I'm not being I'm being cautious.
Right.
I can sing maybe one or two of her songs. Okay. There's just some songs I'm just not going to touch. I'm not going to go there. However, my next album, I am going to have a remake on there, but that's because I sing the wax. I sing the wax. I'm not trying to. This person is deceased, and people love this song. They no longer play it. So I want to bring this song back to life. I've been doing this song. People have been requesting for this song, and that's why I'm doing it. It's because it's been a request from a lot of people. And I am going to sing the wax. However, there's one part that I can't do like them, but it's okay. I'll come very close to it. But I will sing the wax, and I will make it my own, and I will respect the way they sang the song, because to me, it's respect. See, people don't understand. Like you said with your dance, I don't have an issue with somebody doing what I do, but just acknowledge me. Can you acknowledge me? Can you just, it's almost like when you do a term paper in college. When you're doing something, you're taking somebody's information, you're supposed to have a reference, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
you're supposed to have a reference as to where you got that from. That's a respect thing, because you can get kicked out of college for that. Well, that's the same thing with music. You know, if you're going to do somebody's stuff, reference it. Just say, you know, who inspired you to do this. If somebody copied a move from you, you know, they can say, it's nothing wrong with them saying, you know, I have a shout out for Shauna. I seen her do this, because I steal some things. I ain't gonna lie to you. There's certain singers that I actually enjoy. I absolutely enjoy watching them sing and perform. And I'll steal some things from them, but I also give them a shout out too.
Right.
I'm going to say that I saw this person doing, I had to still, like, it's so important to give a shout out when you're doing that. It really is, because to me, it's all about respect. It's all about respect, you know, and it has nothing about you. It has nothing to do with you being not confident or you feeling insecure about what you're doing. It's just it's a respect thing in reference to what, you know, what they, especially when you know that you're the one, you are the originator.
Did we freeze? You freeze, boo?
Who, me? Hello? 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 I think you froze, because I'm looking at another screen and I'm actually moving and everybody else is frozen. I
So
can hear something. I can hear something. I just,
can you hear
okay.
me?
I see you, but Sean is frozen.
Sean is frozen. Yeah.
Okay, because because I have another screen going on, and I can actually see movement jumping off. I can see me moving, and I can't see you. I can see you live, but I can't. Okay, I see you now. I see
Okay,
you
so
now.
Shauna came off, but I know she's going to come back in.
Okay.
Until she comes back in, this has been very exciting, and I'm glad
Right?
we connected.
Let me tell you something. I was so excited. First of all, congratulations again. Okay,
Thank you.
being a part of this show. I'm so proud of you. And I've actually learned so much about you because remember, we met each other at the Crab Tavern. We never really conversated like that and shared things because that's just not the place to do that.
Right.
So like this is a whole totally different platform. And I'm like, oh my gosh, she's so cool. I'm like, oh my God, I love her. I'm like one of your fans, okay?
Likewise. How about that?
I'm like your fan. I'm like, oh my God, because you know why? Because you hit on points that are so needed. It's not that you're hitting on points that that people need to hear. They're needed. They are so needed, and it's just it makes so much sense. It really truly does. And I'm like, oh my God. And every single week, you have not let me down yet. You've been consistent. You've been consistent. You've been consistent from day one up until tonight. Like you've been very consistent. And to me, that's very important because you can have somebody who's on your show and they say all these great things and then they come on again. You're like, oh, okay. But you've been very consistent. To me, that paints a picture as to who you are, which is to me very important because people need to hear things and people need to be able to have some type of outing or a place where they can go to and they can just have that talk with women that are on the same page as them, and you can just kind of be free and just let loose and just say what you want to say, and you guys set a platform for that, and that's so important. And you know what I love about this is you guys just started. Can you imagine next year where you'll be? Oh my God.
We talked about that, and you know how, like I said, your gifts make room for you, and when you say yes, I'm gonna say when you say yes to God,
right,
He starts to open doors and things start happening. And I came on, I was a guest just like you guys,
right,
and it just what happened. She was like, "Well, can you just come on and want to come on?" I'm like, "Okay." But then this one day I was traveling, and I was just like, I need to be there. Like I want to be there because I see the need. You know what I'm saying?
right,
And like you said, we're not perfect, but we're women with experiences. And
right.
every time we share, there are other women.
There she goes.
Hey, boo. There are other women and even some men who can identify. So if we mute ourselves, you know what I mean? You don't know who's tuning in. Like I had no idea you were listening every week. I had no clue, you know?
Yeah, you've been consistent. And I love you and Shauna. Y'all chemistry is just so perfect, and it's so.
And the thing
can't
is,
express that needed word is just so important. It's needed because women today need to be empowered. That is so important because we go through so much, and people truly don't. I'm not gonna say people, but some people just don't understand, or they just don't care. I don't know. I'm not even trying to figure it out. But all I know is I am the principal of the school, and I deal with a lot of different personalities, and I know how important it is to be able to hear or allow people to just kind of vent and you be their listening ear, or you say that thing that makes them, feel good to come to work or whatever.
Right.
And you need to have that out. You need to be able to, because we're not always home. Sometimes you need to kind of get away from home life and kind of do something else. And this right here sets a platform for you to be able to just kind of just be free. And it just reminds me of the shows they have on television, The Talk, and what's the other show? The View, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Because I've been home, I've been watching all kinds of stuff. And but I love their chemistry is so important, man. And y'all have that chemistry. And once again, I respect the fact that you've grown so much from this little bit of time. I remember when Shauna was like, we didn't even have no plans. It just like started. And I was like, oh my goodness. I remember her telling me that. Let me tell you something. I think out of I've been singing for over 30 years. But as far as I just put my first project out, I guess when I started writing my song, February of 2020, my album came out May 1st. I think I've done, and I'm not just tooting my own horn, I think I've done great. You would have thought that I've been doing this for a long time. I know people that's been doing this for years, and I'm not comparing myself to anybody, but all I'm saying is, I'm just so, because first of all, I put God first in anything that I do. I put everything in his hands, and I am very, I'm blessed and I'm thankful and I'm grateful for everything that I do. That's just what I was saying. So I think, and I believe that a lot of me growing or soaring the way I am is because I put it all in his hands.
Right.
Because if I was going to throw the towel in so many times. Oh my goodness, girl. I was going to throw the towel in because it just seemed like things wasn't moving the way I wanted to move. But when this coronavirus stuff started, when I was about to have my promotional video shoot, I had the date and everything set for all my people to come. I purchased tickets. I had a video shoot. I had a photo shoot done for everybody in my band, and we've been rehearsing and everything. And then all of a sudden, this stuff happened, and it just shut everything down. The stuff that I put together for 2 years shut everything down. So I was like, oh man. My album was supposed to come out June 1st, but I said, you know what? Since I'm home, because my last day of working was probably the second week of March. I can't remember the exact date, but I sat home and I wrote like nobody's business. And I said, I'm going to make this album. I'm going to finish this album, and I'm going to put it out May 1st. And I've actually done pretty good for it to be. It's been rushed.
It wasn't rushed. It was God's timing.
Exactly.
And what I said before, and this is my way of thinking about it. God put a pause on the world so that people can be still and really focus on those things that he wanted you to do. But because of your schedule kept being pushed off, or things were happening and things couldn't get done, he did away with our timelines, with our agendas.
Yep.
He shut all that down.
Yeah.
So when I'm shutting all that down,
all those words, all those lyrics that you wrote was God breathing on you and saying, like, he downloaded it, and it had nowhere to go but out and on paper.
that was it. You had no idea it was the timing, but he knew. It's just like we had said prior to being. You never know why you was put in a position to be or to do what you needed to do until after it was done, and you had to look back and say, God, that was nobody but you.
Yeah,
you know what? You made something, and you know what? You know how I feel about church coming in. And church always has a way of showing up. This is my favorite song. Listen to this. You said it. And now we're going to proclaim it. So guess what church said? This is what church said. Look. All they said was, I put it all in his hands. What did you say? What did you say?
in his hands. Oh,
This is my favorite song to direct. And this is my favorite part. You ready? Here they come. You better sing, tenors.
oh, all in his hands. I put it all.
That's it. I need that stupid. Now, if you didn't hear it the first time, now the church is going to say it. You ready? You know what? We always say you never know why a song comes into your heart and why certain things have been said. But I remember and I recall clearly when I was going through things in my life and I had no idea where I was going to turn. It was exactly what you had to say. I had to clearly come and say, I'm putting it all in his hands. All of it. Every situation, every problem I had, I put it all in my hands. But I want to ask you something else. So you said your album was a story. And I didn't know you was a principal. But yeah. So
We need to tell the principal.
all the principals in the house, all the teachers in the house, because of you, that we are who we are in life. So we applaud you. Because it's your leadership, it's your growth that gets us to where we have to get to. And we remember you. Because we be like, man, my principal used to tell me this. Because I had a principal, and the principal that I recall and I remember was Martha Washington, 44th and Aspen. Martha Washington, bottom girl, 4'6" in the house right here, 4'6". My principal was Dr. Trawick. My principal was Dr. Trawick. And he said to me, but he was speaking to everybody else, but I heard it. And I was a young person when I heard it. He said, in order to be sharp, you had to look sharp. In order to look sharp, you had to act sharp. And when you act sharp and you be and look sharp, then you become sharp. And I took those things in life and I used that. Because in order for me to be sharp, look sharp, and become sharp, I had to study hard. Mm-hmm. I had to apply myself. In order for me, I had to use sharp irons. Iron, what you say? Iron, sharp irons. I had to use all of those things to make me sharp in whatever it was that I needed to do to become, handle. There she go. Go ahead, Kim.
Nothing. I'm listening.
No,
honestly, I had nothing to say at that point.
You sure? Because
I was adjusting my scarf.
And y'all already know when she get to doing this, that's it.
See, that's the difference. I was like this.
Oh, okay. All right.
And if I was like this,
all right. But and like I said, that song really helped me. Martin Witherspoon. That was my music director at that time. And I was his choir director. And that song, and it's a part in that song that says, no matter what the problem, I put it all in his hands. I know he can solve it. I put it all in his hands. This or that, I put it all in his hands. He can solve it. That's a fact. I put it all in his hands. But then it got better. It said, no matter how great or small, he's the master of them all. I put it all. And then we will break that thing down to a point. Yes, I put it all. And we would say this and that. We would say this and that. And then he said this. And we would say this. And we would, and you know, and you believe it. And it goes right back to the dance. Because after that, you felt the need to get your dance on and praise. Because you knew that. But what do you do when you can't be among other praisers in the house? You got to learn how to praise and dance them on your own. You got to learn how to praise and dance them by yourself. You got to learn how to tap into your power. And we forget the power that we possess to do what we need to do. You knew what you had to do. You knew June was your date. And we all know you can have a plan all you want. You can have a vision all you want. But if you don't make it plain and write it down and put a date stamp on it, that's all it is. So I applaud you. I am so proud of you because regardless to what anybody said or think, and I'm one of them people, I am so hard, but it's not by mine is because that's how I was always brought up. That's how I was trained. That's how my ears are. So when you hit that note, I'd be like, when you've seen it, and you've seen it. We'll be in choir when we was in choir and they didn't do that note right. What did I do? I came from behind the piano and I stood in front of everybody and I said, tenors, and I didn't even start talking. I just started pointing. And and people already knew because they knew what I do. They know my faces. My little brother, Dwayne Betters. And I'm so proud of him too, because he's also an outstanding director now standing. And people be looking at him, and he's made up of multiple directors.
Right.
And he has a piece of all of us. So when she said to see you direct and say, that's Shauna. He could point out everybody that makes up him to do what he needs to do.
Right.
And if it was about you being a soul artist, then he wouldn't have had nobody else to come behind you. Understand what I just said? If it was meant for you to be a soul artist and what you was supposed to be doing, he would not have had nobody else come behind you. I am not a soul artist. I have 2 boys coming behind me.
Right.
That's the point I'm making. And like you said, once it's out there, it's no longer my own. It's no longer mine. It's not. If I'm doing it and I helped you to now want to do it, amen. Then I did what I was supposed to do. I encourage and I empowered. But I need all of us to do the same. I need us to encourage and empower the same.
Right.
So I want you to keep pushing, and I want you to keep telling your story and song. So tell me about your story real quick.
Well, they're all different stories. Honestly, they're all different stories. So, like the first one, dance, you already know about that. Dance is pretty much about, a woman who wants to pretty much go out and dance, and she's just feeling herself, and she's been in the house for a minute. She wants to put her fancies on. She wants to go out and just dance. She doesn't need anybody. She can do it by herself. Either her girlfriend go with her or she don't. Whatever the case may be, she's going to go out. She's determined to go out and just have a good time by herself. That's pretty much that particular song. But the next one is Superwoman. Superwoman pretty much talks about all the different hats that a woman may wear or wears. And it may sound crazy to some people, but she's multitasking. She's doing this, she's doing that, she's all over the place. But she is that superwoman, whether you like it or not, whether you accept her or not, it is what it is. She has to do what she has to do what she has to do so that she can accomplish things and achieve things. She don't need nobody else to help her. She's going to do it herself. And then you have Sapphire Goddess. Sapphire Goddess is about, and this is where my natural fragrances and my all natural care line is going to come into play. But that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But Sapphire Goddess is about a woman who is it's all about love, confidence, joy, sexuality, lust, all these things that make her beautiful. The definition of what a goddess is, Who is that?
That was it. Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, okay. So pretty much that's what Sapphire Goddess is. Sapphire Goddess is about a woman who pretty much is just free, full of love, sexuality, lust, all the things that makes her beautiful. You know, once again, fits that description of as to being confident within herself. And then you have love is all we need. Love is all we need. You know, there's so much hatred in the world, and you'd be surprised how you can meet somebody along the way, and you just make them part of your family. It can be your friend, it can be your next door neighbor, it can be your employee. You know, it could be that sad person you see walking down the street, and you decide it's just something about that chemistry. You'd be surprised that you can walk down the street and you can just feel. You can feel an energy or connection with an individual just by a smile or just by them saying hello to you, or it's just amazing. Because I just want to say this real quick. It's this guy that I saw downtown who used to, I'm not gonna lie to you, when I would see him walking down the street, because he would talk to himself. He wore his big coat, hair wasn't groomed, hair all on his face, not a clean looking guy, shoes untied. And every time I would see this man, I would walk across the street because I didn't know what he would be talking to himself. I'm like, I don't know if this man's violent or whatever. But you know, with all this COVID stuff going on, this very same man was sitting outside of Whole Foods. My daughter and I, we went into Whole Foods about 3 weeks ago. We went to Whole Foods and we purchased our food or whatever, and we left the store. We put in the food because my car was parked outside of Whole Foods. In fact, it was parked directly across from the man who I used to walk across the street from. And this man smiled at me. The same man that I would literally like walk across. Like for months, I used to be like, oh, let me walk. Oh, I don't know about this man. This very same man smiled at me. And he said, this is what he said. I'll never forget it. He said, is that your daughter? And I'm like, he said, y'all look just alike. He said, oh my goodness. He said, have a nice day. His whole demeanor was so soft and so nice. I'm like, oh my God. I got in the car with my daughter. I was like, oh my God, you cannot judge a book by cover. I said, this man, I used to be so like afraid to walk on the same side of the street as him. I really was. I'm not gonna lie to you. And I kind of felt bad because I judged him because of the way he looked. But this man was so nice and so kind and so sweet, and he just had a nice smile. I'm like, oh my God, this is the same person. You know, you just can't judge a book by its cover. But that song that I wrote, Love Is All We Need, love in our hearts. You know, surprised how you can be walking down the street and you can actually see somebody, that sad person that you see walking down the street. You can make them part of your family. You'd be surprised. You will be surprised. And then I have a love song, of course, because we all need that love song. We all need to have love in our life.
All need that love song.
You know what I'm saying? So I talk, and in fact, that song is actually going to be played. My song was played on the radio last Saturday, and it's going. They actually emailed me. They're going to play "Ooh La La, Loving You." They're going to play that song. They're going to do an interview, but I'll talk about that another time as well. So things are looking up for me in reference to like my album and where everything's going. And I'm just being humble and just so thankful and grateful that people are just embracing my music, you know, because honestly, when you do anything in life, it's a risk. And one thing I've learned is that taking a risk is not always bad, whether it's good, it could be good. Even if it's good or bad, whatever the case may be, it's a learning experience. You know what I'm saying? And so like, and I knew that when I made my album, like, you know what, some people may like it, some people may not like it or whatever, but you know what, I have to do this. And even if it doesn't go any further than where it's at now, I still accomplished that goal. I actually created a project that I've been wanting to do for years. And now since my children are all grown and out the way, I'm like, you know what, I'm going to do something that I've put aside for a long time, and I want to do this. And I did it, and I'm getting, and it's actually doing pretty good. It really truly is. And so I think that covered, if I'm not mistaken, all of my songs. I'm thinking of these things at the top of my head, but all of my and Dirty Secrets. Dirty Secrets is actually a
Wait a minute, hold on. Did you see how we all just was like Dirty Secrets?
Oh yeah, you have to have. Listen, okay, so I have. This is the deal. I have 2 empowerment songs. I have I guess I would say a kind of confidence, kind of sexy with the Sapphire Goddess, if you want to call that. It's a combination of a lot of things. And then you have your 2 inspirational songs, Love Is All We Need and It's Going to Be a Brighter Day, which is a great song. Brighter Day is really a good graduation song. It really truly
I'm gonna need that then. I'm gonna need that for our show on the 20th of June. So I'll tell you about that.
Yeah, It's Going to Be a Brighter Day is actually a great graduation. So I tried to pretty much give, with my first album, I wanted to give people a taste of different things that I can do with my vocals. I didn't want to just do like a straight R&B album or straight this, or I wanted to give you a taste of everything, a little bit of everything. And then you can kind of see how my style is, and then my next album, which will be out January 21. But I'm coming out with 2 singles. Another single in July, and another single in just before the new year. But anyway, It's Going to Be a Brighter Day would be a great graduation song. That's going to be a great graduation song. But Dirty Secrets is actually it's a part 3 song. So part 1 is on the first album. Part 2 is coming out July of 20. So it'll be coming out soon. Part 2. So you have to listen to part 1.
So it'll be coming around my birthday.
And then part 3 will be out before the new year. So it'll be out like just before the new year, and then I'll be done with it. It's interesting, okay? And Dirty Secrets is, did you hear that song, Shauna?
No, I haven't, but I do want them to play a little bit of if you have it on you, can you play just a little bit of Love Is All You Need?
Yeah. I can play it. Let me that's the song that's gonna be played next week.
Yes.
Or this Saturday. I think let me play this Saturday. I will. All right.
They say blood is thicker than water, but I believe that love is what we need in our hearts. To me, family can be your friends, employees, your next door neighbor, or even that sad person you see while crossing paths, and you have it in your heart to make them part of your family. Isn't it funny how we see life all around us? Trying to make sense of all the things others don't understand. Living each day can sometimes be quite the challenge. When you're in the tug of war and stress is always in demand. You never know what someone else may be going through. They're keeping a smile on their face to cover up their hurt and pain. You keep asking yourself if you're the only one this is happening to. You know in your heart you want to do your best, trying hard not to complain. Love is all we need. It doesn't cost you nothing. It is free. Love is tenderness. Being kind to others is all part of the plan. Pushing yourself can be a struggle when you're all burnt out. You find yourself in situations only God understands. Hoping and praying a change will come so that you will have no doubt. Until your next door neighbor lends you a helping hand. Who would have thought that love would send someone true to you? Just when you were about to give it all up because you had no love. You never never thought that you would need someone to help you through. God sends his angels just in time to lift you up. Love can bring you to a place where nothing matters, just happiness. Family is what you make us, but sometimes brings us to loneliness. My family has grown, and I now have sisters and brothers who I love and appreciate with all my heart. They have demonstrated their support through acts of kindness and helped me during difficult times, and my heart is now filled with love, joy, and peace. Love is all we need. It doesn't cost you nothing. It is free. Love is tenderness. Being kind to others is all part of the plan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's free. Hey, love is all we need. Yes.
And you know what? Love is all we need, man. There's so much hatred in this world. It's just so, it makes me so sad, you know. And I've learned that everybody's not going to be like me, you know.
True.
And I'm still learning that because, and I'm like, why aren't people just nice, you know? And I'm trying to figure this thing out, you know, like why, you know. But it has a lot to do with a lot of different things.
Yeah.
Your environment, first of all, before we get into environment, your upbringing.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I can take a kid from whatever nationality and raise them, and they won't be that way. And I can raise them in the ghetto, and they won't be that way because it's what you teach them. It's that love that you give them, regardless of where you live.
Right.
You know, it's just so sad that that we're still in time. We're still living in a time where people are just so extremely hateful, and I really believe that, you know, leadership plays a huge role in that, because although it's not like it's new that this stuff that we're seeing just all of a sudden just started happening. It was already existed, but people are just feeling a little bit just too confident as to what they're doing. They're thinking that they can get away with a lot of things because of our leadership, and that's the part that's very, very, very scary. You know, it's just you know what I said to my oldest son today. And it's a shame. I texted him and I said, I want you to be careful out there, because my son is in the music industry. He's the one who actually did my album for me. Heavy Music Studios is my oldest son. He owns that company.
Oh,
And yeah, and he's also an artist as well. So, and I know he's out there a lot because he's also doing videos and things like that. I said, baby, please, whatever you do, I know you have to do your music and do your whatever you're doing, but please be careful, you know, because we're in times where it's just so corrupt. And, you know, and although my husband is in the forest or whatever, but like I told my husband, I said, sometimes, you know, what I witnessed, that man on the ground like that with his foot or his knee in his neck, he couldn't even request to like call his family to help him out. They didn't even, he was saying, I can't breathe. I can't, you know, please get, you know, he was pleading for help. And it was nothing that even the people that were watching couldn't even help him. That's sad. When you have people there to help you, I'm like, wow, what if they would have tackled the cops? Then they would have probably all would have been dead. You know, it's not like it wasn't people there to help. It's just so sad that they had to witness that. They had to stand there and watch that happen to that man. It's just, that could be my son. It could be your son, Shauna. It could be my grandson. It could be anybody, you know. Oh my God. It's just so horrible. It's so horrible. That's the last thing I said to my son today. I told him I loved him.
And we need more of that. We need more of that. People need to know that, because, you know, when you leave out the door, you never know how you coming back, or even if you are coming back,
Exactly.
and you don't want the last words to be anything other than "I love you." You know what I
Yep.
mean? I would never
Yep.
want anybody to leave this earth with any type of illness or faint of me to wonder, did they know when they left here that I really cared about them? Like, I often used to wonder when I used to say about Michael Jackson, I said, Michael Jackson and Phyllis Hyman, I wonder if they knew how much we loved them, would they have fought harder to stay?
Right.
And Michael Jackson had to beat Michael Jackson. He had defeated everybody else. So that last
Right.
concert of This Was It was him competing with his own record and himself. Little
I
did you
know.
know, he could have sat on a stool and sang Beat It, and we would have loved it. He didn't have to do no dance. He could just sit there like this.
Yeah.
We would have loved it. But because of what he is and who he was, he only could do it the way he could do it. But I often wonder if he knew how much his fans really had his back, how much we really did care about him, would he have fought harder? And oftentimes, I really believe entertainers today are starting to realize that we really genuinely do care about you. It was not about you, the entertainer, because right now we're feeling your pain because you're out of work.
Yeah.
So, I know we all got our little bills and everything, but if you got 4,000 viewers and if every viewer gave $1, you understand what I'm saying? It's not what you give or how much you gave. It just, for me, that's how I feel about it. I don't know if we lost Sapphire due to an internet connection, because I know I did. So while she's there,
She's there. There she is.
is she still there? Here you go. No, she's probably trying to flip it. But if you know an entertainer, let them just, tell them that you appreciate them. Tell them thank you for what they've done and the hard work that is taking them to do what they do. Because as you hear from Sapphire, this is not an easy task. Writing it and getting it together, that's almost like the easy part. The hard part is trying to get it out to us. The hard part is saying, okay, I'm satisfied with it. I just hope they are. That's the hard part for you guys. The easy part is just doing it.
Yeah.
But at the end where it's like, did they get it? Did they
I stopped doing that. You kill yourself, man. You'll kill yourself.
A lot of entertainers are doing that. They're killing themselves because they believe in that they need that validation, not knowing that the validation was already given when they put it on wax. They already did it. Talk about validations. I gotta embarrass my son. He's probably gonna be mad at me by the time I do this. But I had to mention this because we talked about not judging nobody and not knowing anybody's story. The whole time I was going through, I never realized my son was the one who was really going through. My son was about to be 17. He was about to graduate from high school. He was going on his prom. But before all this has happened, he had just lost his mom. 5 days before his 18th birthday, I was getting ready to go for surgery. And no one knew what the outcome was going to be. Mind you, remember, they lost me in January, but I came back. But nobody really even knew how sick I was, even the doctor, until he cut me. And all he could say was, my God. But again, the only thing that my son could remember was, how am I going to live life without you? And we're not going to be able to do the one thing that a lot of sons are able to do with their moms. What happens if you don't make it? What happens when it's time for me to dance with my mother on my wedding day? You're not here to dance with me. We may not be able to do this again. He said, I need you to get better because I need you to dance. And I was like, son, I don't know if I'll be able to dance again. He said, Mom, I need you to get better because I'm going to need you to dance. See, for me, music and dancing was my healing. That was my healing. That's how I got healed. That's how I got better. And this was the outcome of me healing. Here we go. Let's see if y'all can hear it. Up. Let's go.
Heartbreaks and 808s. Turn around, one leg and fade away. Even with a beard, I got a baby face. Yeah, fake crossover, hesitate. I've been working on my outside game. Start running to the outside game. See my name on my jersey and all cap. Lost over some of gold over the crowd. Hanging on the wing, left on the shot. Try to go a hurricane and a drop car. Yelling chain call, take it from the car. I can shoot the air, I can take it from the car.
So that was me and my son at his graduation. People was like, oh, she just had to make a line dance. No, it wasn't even about making a line dance. Oh, they just had to do something. No, it wasn't about that at all. It was he needed to dance with his mama on his most special day. And it was because he didn't know if he was going to get the opportunity to ever do it again. And if this was the last time, this was going to be it. And we was going to do it. Now, I walked away. I don't know if y'all noticed. I walked away limping. And I still had the marks from, you know, when they had to insert me in my neck and everywhere else they had insert me. That experience within itself, that's another segment of what all I had to go through. And one day I'll sit down and tell that story. But anyway, that was important to me, that I had to get back up and dance with my son. That's what motivated me to get that charge back together. As high as I was, because gosh, I'm telling you, the meds that I have to take and still take. You know, you remember when I was on the bus, I was dragging my leg, remember? You know, and so the things that we do, you can't judge it because you don't know why a person is doing it. To see that video, y'all would swear I was okay. I had it going on. I didn't. I wasn't okay. But I had to dance with my son. And that was that motivation and empowerment. And you never know where your empowerment is going to come from.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So talk about your empowerment. Kim has another empowerment for us. Kim.
Oh, okay. So So Shauna asked me to send her a video of something, one of my projects. What she's about to show you is a short film that I directed. It's called Call to Syria, and it's a true story based on two brothers from South Africa who were accused of terroristic plots. And the writers and executive producers of this production got the okay from the family and the gentleman in order to do a story based on their story. So,
you know what, Kim? You're going to probably have to use it because it's telling us that we're restricted due to the G Suite account. I don't know what that's about.
Me either. Hold on. Let me go to it and share my screen. Hold on. Are we there?
I'm coming back now to grab you. Let's see. There we go.
All right, here we go.
Ever since the attacks on September 11th, people of color all throughout the world have been subjected to unwarranted acts of discrimination. Is this the only way? Brothers and sisters who pray in temples, who go to the mall every day, people who are unaware of what's waiting for them, only because of where they are.
The only way to make things change is if we start where we are.
All right, I'm going
here.
That's
some powerful stuff right there. Now, this is what's funny. I know him. I know his brothers. They went to market with me.
Troy and Trevor.
Yes, one's a cop and one is the actor. Yes.
No,
They're both actors. They're both writers.
Now this was even funnier. They
And
are
they're
my
both-
they are my nephews. They are my nephew's cousins.
Wow. Yep. So we did that a little over a year ago.
Okay.
And that's the trailer for it, and I directed it. So yeah.
So I told all that to say, you never know what's in the room with you.
Oh shoot, we can't hear you. What you say?
Me?
No, Adrian. I read her lips. She said we got some work to do.
And that's my point, because you never know who you have in the room with you.
Wait a minute. She's muted. Wait, she's muted.
Let me see how I can't unmute her. You're muted. Fix your phone.
Say something. All right, she'll be back.
Be right back.
She'll be back.
But yes, as she's returning, you never know what talent or who you know.
Yeah.
You never know what you have in a room until you get to know them. So while you have the time, while the world is still on standstill, get to know who your friends are. You know, get to know who they are. Get to see what they know, because you never know that they may be a part of your next journey of where you're supposed to go.
Exactly.
Who would have never thought that me and Kim, due to the relationships that me and her have, that we were coming this way? We knew something was coming, but we just never knew it was this way. So you never know who your friends are and who you know, who could be a benefit to you.
Yep.
Just like she said,
She's back and we hear her.
just like she said the graduation song. And on June the 20th at 8 o'clock, we're going to be having a graduation honoring all the graduates of 2020 with starring one being Miss Ontario Kim Wilson. Graduate. She's a graduate. Yay. So we're going to be honoring all the graduates, and then we're going to also going to have a guest speaker that's going to announce and address our graduates. And we're going to have some awards of who we're going to be honoring. There have been 73 young people that have been pulled out by the Philadelphia Department of 440 School District. And one student from each school will be honored who became essential workers after leaving school.
Wow.
And we're going to tell their story of how they became immediately pushed into the adult world, because some of them were forced to immediately start work because their parents could not work and keep them afloat during this pandemic. So we're going to be honoring them as well. So there's some big things happening this way. So please stay tuned to the No BS Duo show, where that's with me and my brother, Will Frazier, the one with the Z. Always got my back and backing me. And then on Father's Day, we're going to have a special guest, because we're going to also be having a special dedication to our dads, because our dads are our legends. And oftentimes we don't get a chance to tell our legends how much we appreciate them.
Right.
And we always appreciate mom because we know what mom did. But you know, believe it or not, regardless or not, dad had a part in that too. And you know, dad's first baby and first girlfriend was his baby girl. So, you know, when he was loving mommy, he dumped mommy and started loving that baby girl.
Yeah.
So on the 21st, we're going to be having a dedication to dads. And guess what, y'all? Jamaica is coming to the house. So Mr. Stephen Wise will be coming with Aquarius dawning. So look forward to meeting Mr. Stephen Wise from Jamaica, baby. He's coming. So since we can't go to Jamaica, we bring Jamaica to the No BS Duo show, and he will be with us on the 6th. But this Saturday, we welcome you to do a special dedication. Even though we know Memorial Day was Monday, we want to do a true dedication to all our men of vets for Memorial Day. So make sure you tune in for that. So yes, big things going on.
When Stephen Wise comes on, can I get on and say hi to him? I did a show with him last year.
Sure you can. You know our door is
squirrel. So small.
Our door is always open. And next week's segment of Sister Chat, we will be having Valina Hayes. She will be coming, and she's coming with her single, and her single is Back to Us.
Yeah.
And we'll also be having Joy with us, and Joy is also an author, and she's also an inspirational speaker in her own business.
What's her last name? Joy who?
Holden. Joy Holden? Isn't it Holden Canton? Joy. She's supposed to came the week I said why Nisha was coming.
What she look like? Is she dark complected?
No. Joy's light skin.
I mean, I ain't flagger. It's not the person I thought. Because I know another Joy who's an author and advocate and all of that fun stuff too.
Yes, Joy will be putting a positive spin on us. Y'all may have remembered me doing an advertisement for Joy when Wanisha was supposed to come, but I forgot. That was my mistake.
Oh yes. Okay.
Joy Holden. She will be coming to put a positive spin on it, and she's coming with Valina Hayes. Nice. And Valina Hayes is also coming from the Poconos area. I'm trying to tell you, we can't go there, so we might as well bring them to us, right?
That's right.
No connection.
So open up your books, pass the word, and then take a look at your friends. And check out your friends. You may never know who you know that might be a part of the success to your next move in your future. And y'all better tell you now, make sure you look out for Miss Sapphire. Her new song is coming. And you're going to make sure you can hear her song, Precious Jewels. And my favorite song.
Precious Gem.
You know why I keep saying Precious Jewels? Because my Jared and Justin was called Precious Jewels. So everybody I didn't want to call them a girl name and they turned out to be boys. So I said, PJ, Precious Jewels. So when they went to the nursery, they were like, who are you here for? We like Precious Jewels. They were like, oh, they're over there. So Precious Gems with Sapphire, Miss Sapphire. And thank you again for the time. I know we went longer than we had to, but
I know, girl.
It was worth it.
But sometimes you can't put a price and you can't put a time on some good stuff. And today you delivered us with some good stuff. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from you. And I'm looking forward to your new release on June. There's a lot of good new releases coming in June. Eric Vogelson just dropped his song on his CD, Here to Hear. Jeff Bradshaw is dropping his new CD. Yeah. And you know, Prototype is my.
I know.
Honey, you are the prototype, honey. Yes, I think I am. Lord have mercy. If only I could turn a song into a man.
I'm telling you, man, a good story in a song.
Yes. Yes.
It has to make sense.
That's why I can't wait till y'all hear Stephen Wise CD. You can look him up also on Spotify. You can see everybody. Are you on Spotify too?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. So make sure you go.
I am on all major platforms.
How can they follow you? Let them give them your information.
Precious Gem on all major platforms, and also I am on. Wait, look at me. I am on Sapphire Faded on Facebook, Sapphire Faded Jeans, and also Sapphire on Facebook. I am on Sapphire Faded Jeans on Instagram. TikTok, I just started with that. I'm telling you, I'm a newbie with that. I'm going.
Wow, talk about your TikTok. That girl was on fire. Oh my God. She was walking. Look, if I could pull it up now, I would. She had this walk going on, and the fire was behind her. You know what I remember when she did that? I remember the song by and that's why I know she follows Diana Ross, because everything about her got this Diana flair going on. And she was walking, and all I could hear in the background was, "I want my soul."
That's Dirty Shauna. That's Dirty Secret. That's Dirty Secrets part
one. That's what I'm talking about. See?
That's part one.
So I did hear that. I did hear that.
And I also have my website, www.sapphireFadedJeans.com. So there are several ways they can get in contact with me. Unfortunately, I don't have any shows coming up because everything has been canceled due to the COVID. But prayerfully, 2021, I'm going to say,
we'll rise up.
We will begin to see the light, and you'll be able to see Sapphire give a really good show. But yeah, so because everything that I had planned had just all I can do is laugh about it now.
So talking about laughing, I can't and I must enter because I saw the interview. And
which one?
We had an interview. They just recently did a fundraiser for mental health, mental awareness. And I keep telling y'all got look. I keep dropping y'all as much as I can. I know Kim says I drop every minute, and y'all can't keep up. So I'm gonna try to time it a little bit better, y'all.
Shauna, you gotta slow down. We can't keep up.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to slow down
a little bit so we can follow.
But we just had a mental health third annual fundraiser for mental health awareness, and Eric Roberson and Raheem Devon and Jeff Bradshaw was on the menu. Yes, honey, all three of them. I'm trying to tell you, all three of them. My little cousin was like, "Oh my God, why does his lips have to be so luscious?" I said, "If I hear another woman say that about Raheem Devon, I don't know what I'm gonna do." She was like, "Oh my God, his lips are so luscious," and he did Strong Woman. So he was like, "Woman, beautiful, beautiful," and them lips, beautiful. And she was like, "Ooh, I had to look at her. I was like, I'm about to kick you out of my room because you already 6 feet too close. I'm about to kick you out of my room. Say something about his lips again. Say something about his lips again." She looked at me and she said, "Beautiful," and then she ran out. But yeah, all of them was on there. But Eric Roberson said, like you, behind every song, there's a story. And he was saying how he wrote the story Self-Portrait when he, I believe, I want to quote it right. Eric Roberson, please forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe he said Picture Perfect was written with his wife, was pregnant with their baby. And I believe he was saying that, she was picture perfect. I believe that was the song that he was referring to. So Eric Roberson, if you're listening and I said it wrong, I'm sorry. That means you got to come on the show and tell me the right story. Did I put it out there right? Nice. Eric Roberson, if I got the story wrong, you got to come up here and get it. So we're going to end the show on that note. So again,
all right.
Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you so much again, Sapphire, for coming in with your faded jeans. And we want to thank
you know, there's a message behind that faded jeans too. You realize how jeans is spelled? Genes. You notice that? A lot of people question that. Everything that I do has a hidden message or a metaphor. Just let me know. So Sapphire is my birthstone. Okay, my birthday is September 22nd. So I am a Virgo. That is my birthstone, sapphires. Precious Gem is my birthstone. So that's why that's my album. However, faded jeans. Now, you know how faded jeans, we all have those old faded jeans that they may be beat up, but they feel so good when you put them on. And the older they get, the better they feel and the better they look. Well, that's pretty much That's pretty much me. The jeans, my jeans. I'm not talking about the way I look. I'm talking about in reference to my music, in reference to the love that I have with the music. The older I get, the more I enjoy writing and just like enjoying my music and just being free. Everything that I've shared with you. So that's pretty much what faded jeans means. It's a metaphor in Sapphire Faded Jeans. It's not, because I know people like, why are you spelling jeans like that? Because there is a reason why. Everything that I do, it may not make sense to you, but I can explain to you why. I don't want to make things easy for the world. I want to make you think about things.
Yeah. That's the principle in you. Make it think about it. So with that being,
I want to make you think about like why it's always something or it's a hidden message.
Trust me, I understand, because I always tell everybody, if you see me doing something, do know there's a method behind my madness.
There you go.
And the method behind this madness right now is, I believe, to let you all know that regardless to what anybody tells you or what you may think, please do understand that you are picture perfect. So don't you change a thing. Don't you change a thing. Yes, no, you are. You are. So go ahead, fix your crown. You ain't got nothing to worry about, girl. You are the perfect picture. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Guys. Okay.
Right. You know, you realize Shorty can dance all night.
Yes, yes.
I don't know why I did that.
Yes, you are.
Mine is empty. Mine is empty.
Yes, yes.
3 hours ago.
All right, now remember, it's okay to be okay, and if it's not, it's still okay.
There you go.
Tough enough. Enough. Don't even worry about it, because you are perfect picture. From sister to your home to ours. Night night.